Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. I'd like to call the first meeting of our regular County Council meeting of 2026. Call it to order at 9:30 this morning. And I would like to start with our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge Athabasca County is located on First Nations Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 traditional territory. We respect and honor all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples' connection to these lands, their history, language, and culture. We are at the approval of the agenda portion, and we have administration would like to make a few additions to the agenda. So if you're ready, under item 10.1 will be the IMC chair appointments. And under item 13, closed session items, 13.4, Section 26 ATI Act, the intergovernmental spring RMA meetings. And are there any other additions or deletions that council would like to make? Okay, we will go around the room for the council table for councilors to select which items they would like to debate. So far, what I know of, and if you have your highlighters ready, 2.1, 3.2, 4.1, all of 6, so 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, all of 7, 7.1 through 7.9, 9.1A, 9.2, 10.1, and all of 13, 13.1 through 13.4. Are there any other?
Can you just go over the first?
Absolutely. 2.1, 3.2, 4.1, all of 6, so 6.1 through 6.3. You're good? Okay. Anybody else? Go ahead, please, Deputy Reid Mintz.
I'll make the motion to adopt the agenda
Okay, as discussed.
as discussed.
All righty. Is there any other discussion? If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Any opposed? 9-0, thank you. With regards to 3.2, I just wanted to mention, it's just a minor typo, but it does make a bit of a difference in the motion. So on page 14 of your package, CC Resolution 25-660, the first bullet point from that motion for the usage fee in Carleton, Grassland, Wandering River Hamlets and rural subdivisions, instead of $600 per cubic meter, it'd be $6 per cubic meter. Go ahead, please.
I'd like to propose an amendment as well. I guess the procedural bylaw at section 5.5 clearly states that there's no business other than that's on the notice of the meeting that should be transacted at the special meeting except through unanimous consent. And so as I look at that motion, for me, the plain and simple fact is water rates were not on the agenda and only potentially a few individuals knew that was being presented for decision while the rest of council was unprepared for that discussion. And certainly there was no advice from administration on where we went with that. So I think it's also complicated because if it wasn't on the agenda, then it's not legitimate to discuss. We then are asking the administration to follow the direction of council in a motion that is in conflict with the bylaw of the municipality, when it could have been really simple to just add that as a regular item in advance of the meeting. So I'd like to move that resolution 25-660 be struck from the minutes, given the subject was procedurally improper and violates the procedural bylaw 17.223 at section 5.5. And because the motion was pertaining to business that was not stated on the notice of the special meeting. And because for me, this relates to our ability to abide by our own bylaws, I'd like it also to be recorded.
Okay, recorded vote. I'm struggling, I guess, with your motion and the reason behind it. As far as I understood, we were discussing budget. Water is part of budget.
No, we weren't discussing budget. That came up as part of a different item, and there was no portion of that was on the agenda in advance.
Well, without having to go through reviewing I don't know if administration would like to weigh in, if that's accurate of what you're saying. I don't believe it is. I believe that we had an agenda before us and we discussed the agenda that we had. So I don't know if administration would like to weigh in.
Madam Chair, yeah, we'd need some time to review this. We'd have to review that in the context of the procedural bylaw. So this is new information. I
Right.
haven't had a chance to review this.
Right, and it's new information for the rest of council as well. So, Councillor Dolan?
Yeah, I probably kind of agree with Brian. I really didn't have enough time to deal with it. I would have, I kind of thought it was kind of quick and whatever, even though I was in favor of the motion. But I would have liked to discuss it a little bit.
Okay, so I wonder, being that we're not sure if this is a procedural breach, that we need to table this motion until we have that information coming forward from.
And I'll make that
administration.
motion.
Okay, thank you. So on a tabling motion, there's no further discussion. All those in favor? And opposed? 2, 7 and 2. Thank you. Just make a note here. Alrighty. So we would like to now begin with our public
As a
hearing.
point of order, you don't have a motion.
Oh, right. Thank you very much
Oh,
for the
Sorry, no, I'm wrong. I withdraw
for the
that
minutes.
because you can't accept the minutes until you deal with the table motion.
to the table.
My error.
There you go. All right. Now that we're back in business here, we will start with our public hearing, which is on 4.1. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for attending the public hearing regarding bylaw 032-2025 land use bylaw amendment for lot 4, block 1, plan 03-26006 from country residential CR1 to recreation commercial C4 district. I'm Tracy Holland, Reeve of Athabasca County and Division 5 Councillor, and I will be the chair of the hearing. And on behalf of council, I would like to welcome you all here today. Before we begin, I would like to take a moment for introductions for the councillors who are all present. So beginning on my right.
Good morning, Rob Mintz, Division 8, Baptiste Lake, Island Lake area.
Apology. Ken Stasiak, Division 1, Rochester area.
Cody Callahoo, Division 9, north of the river area.
Brian Hall, I live in Division 4. Welcome.
Morning, Natasha Kaptanic, Division 2, Collington, Minnook, and New Pine Creek.
Kelly Chamzik, Division 7, Grassland, Atmore, Prosvita areas.
Lucille Chizen, District 3, Silver Boyle, Elscott, Caslin area.
Jack DeHollick, Division 6, as the Alpac Wandering River area.
Thank you very much. And I, of course, have introduced myself. The secretary of the public hearing is Bob Beck, who is the CAO for Athabasca County. And also joining us from administration is our recording secretary, Leah Blair, our communications manager, Jordan Schenkelberg, our director of community and protective services, Krista Wilkinson, and our planning and development manager, Diane Cloutier. And I see we have some members here. Do we have anybody on Zoom? Okay, so we have some persons who have joined the meeting here today. If you would like to be heard, please give your name now. Anybody would like to speak from the audience? Okay, awesome, thank you. So the public hearing for bylaw 032-2025 is now open. I will now turn the floor over to Secretary Bob Beck to announce the purpose of the hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The purpose of this public hearing is for Athabasca County Council to hear testimony from interested parties. It is not meant to be a debate between presenters, and all comments must be directed to council through the chair. Only one person may speak at a time, and each person wishing to provide input to council will have the opportunity to do so. The ground rules of the hearing and the order of speaking will be: Planning and Development Manager Diane Cloutier will speak first to outline the background and provide an explanation of the bylaw. Members of the public who are wishing to be heard will be given the opportunity to speak. Ms. Cloutier will be given the opportunity to present closing remarks or address any of the issues presented. Councillors will be given the opportunity to ask questions. Council will then end the public hearing and will later consider the information received at the public hearing. Council will only consider matters raised at the hearing. Only councillors may ask questions of speakers during the hearing. If any persons want to ask questions of a speaker, they must ask the chair to ask the question on their behalf during their presentation, and the chair will only ask the question if the chair wishes to have an answer in order to undertake its consideration.
Thank you, CAO. Before hearing from the public, if we are going to actually have a change in mind, I would ask Ms. Cloutier to provide background and explanation of the proposed bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. So council granted first reading on November 27th, 2025 to bylaw 032-2025. This is a bylaw to amend the land use bylaw to rezone lot 4, block 1, plan 0326006 from the country residential district to the recreation commercial district. The purpose of the recreation district is to provide for specific areas where tourism and recreation uses may take place within the county. The parcel is located adjacent to the west boundary of the village of Boyle and is approximately 76 acres in size. Access to lot 4 is from Range Road 192. Letters providing information on today's public hearing were mailed to adjacent landowners on December 18th, and a total of 8 letters were mailed. In addition, email notifications was circulated to internal departments, utility companies, and agencies that may be affected by the proposed rezoning. Pembina Pipeline Corporation had no comments on the proposed redistricting. Apex Utilities Incorporated had no objections to the proposed bylaw amendment. Alberta Forestry and Parks had no concerns with the bylaw amendment. TELUS had no concerns with the proposed activities, and the Village of Boyle had no objections or concerns with the development as proposed. The notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the December 23rd and December 30th editions of the Town and Country, This Week, Athabasca Advocate newspaper, and placed on the county's website starting the week of December 23rd. A public hearing is required under Section 216 and Section 692 of the Municipal Government Act, and it provides an opportunity for council to hear comments on the proposed on the proposed land use bylaw amendments made by persons, group, or anyone representing them who claims to be affected by the proposed bylaw.
Thank you. Does council have any questions or points of clarification they wish to ask Ms. Cloutier? Okay, Councillor Stacey, please.
Thank you. Just for clarification, you had mentioned that it's on the west boundary of Boyle, and my sheet shows it's on the east boundary.
My apologies. You're right, Madam Chair, members of council. It is on the east boundary of the Village of Boyle.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Does Councillor Kapitaniuk? Oh, your microphone's on. Anyone else have any questions of Ms. Cloutier? All right, Ms. Cloutier, are there any written materials that have been submitted?
Madam Chair, the 5 received submissions were read. They were submitted to our recording secretary.
Okay.
Oh, from like Pembina Pipeline Corporation and the utility companies in the Village of Boyle. Those were the only ones we received.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Before I call upon if there are, give one more opportunity for anyone wishing to speak from the public. Okay. Does council have any questions or points of clarification? Ms. Cloutier, would you like to make any closing comments?
I have nothing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, once again, does council have any additional questions of staff? Last chance. Okay. Does anyone feel they have not been fairly heard?
Name.
Yeah. Before you speak, we would need your name for the record, and you would need to come forward to speak at the microphone here so that everyone is able to hear you. And if you just, turn that button there, on the bottom.
Yeah.
There we go. Thank
Thanks.
you so much.
I would just like some clarification on what exactly is going to be the development. Are we going to get some update on that?
Well, that would be, I would think, a question that we would have to give to Ms. Cloutier with regards to the development. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Mary Ann Walker.
Thank you, Marianne.
You, Madam Chair, members of council, at this time, we did not receive a development permit application because the lands had to be rezoned before any application could be submitted. The applicant did provide agri-tourism proposal, which would be a permitted use. So if the lands are rezoned, when a development permit is applied for as a permitted use in that zoning district, it would not have any further notification unless there's a variance to the bylaw regulations.
Okay, thank you very much. Counselor Stasia?
A question about, is there any existing development in that vicinity presently?
My understanding from the applicant is the land is vacant.
This particular parcel or the surrounding area? Like it's been zoned previously for certain development there. And my further question would be, how is this going to, if we don't have much of an idea as to what's going to be developed there, how is that going to coincide with other development that it was reserved for? Example, something like residential, we'll say. I did read up a bit on it, and it's one of the permitted uses was residential in that vicinity. Now, if this development turns out to be something that does not coincide or isn't suited, we'll say, is that going to be an issue at some point?
So Madam Chair, members of council, once the lands are rezoned, all the items that are indicated in that C4 zoning district for recreation commercial would be, could be applied for. So at this time, I don't have the current activities. I was just advised that it was vacant. So if it's rezoned, then the parcel itself, we deal with what matters are on the parcel and not so much what is adjacent, but the rezoning does align with our statutory documents for future use.
So I would have been curious also that perhaps if there was some indication of what development would be there, could it not be better suited to be a discretionary issue that we could look at it one-on-one as opposed to changing it to something in a permitted use area? And then all of a sudden we can't go back and say, well, yeah, it fits, it's permitted, so too bad. So I'm a bit concerned that possibly if we can work towards maybe instead of, and it's just a suggestion, more towards something that if we at least had an idea of what would be going on there, make it a discretionary use.
Madam Chair, members of council, from what my conversations were with the applicant, it was an agri-tourism business, which is a permitted use in the C4 district, which is why we applied for the rezoning for that district to change the parcel lot 4 to. So until there's an actual development permit application, we can't speak to what will be there because we're not sure. And until the rezoning takes place, no one can apply for any type of application unless it's for what the current zoning is.
Okay, thank you. We have another member from the public. If you would like to come forward, state your name, please. Sorry,
Good morning.
I can't hear you.
I think we just have to be careful to remember the debate on this issue is there item 7.1.
Yep.
This is questions and answers.
Please state your name and go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Belinda Bertha. We were the applicants for the rezoning, so I could maybe shed some light on the questions that you have on what is planned for that area. Okay. So all we are looking to do is put up a couple of cabins for rental. which is part of the rezoning, and have a little store where we can market our produce that we produce on the land. So fruits, vegetables, and maybe some meat in the future with some livestock that we're planning to have. That's the extent of the development that we're looking for. And as it's currently zoned, we aren't able to do any of that. So it's ourselves, my husband and I, his parents and my parents that are looking to move to the land and work the land basically, and then just have a couple of cabin rentals that can supplement the old folks' pensions and so forth.
Okay, thank you very much. So I think I'm pretty sure now everyone feels they've been fairly heard. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, so if no additional questions of the speakers, does anybody have any additional questions of the speakers? Okay, if we don't have any more, there will be no, pardon me? If there will be no further testimony, I will close the public hearing. I further advise council cannot receive any further information on this matter. Thank you for attending the public hearing, and I declare the public hearing closed at 9:51. If we may also take a small recess for 5 minutes to allow the our guests to depart, that would be great. Thank you. Awesome, thank you. We are now returning to our meeting. We are at item 6.1 of our agenda, which is page 17 of your package. The subject here is policy 2915 for financial reserves. Is there administration, would you like to discuss the report?
Certainly, and good morning, members of council, and Happy New Year to you. So this final financial reserves policy came before you on October 14th, 2025. And for the sake of the new councillors who haven't seen this yet, having a reserves policy is really a good practice. It's not mandatory, and many municipalities across the province do have a policy. So what we did to start up this policy, because it's new to Athabasca County, is we researched a number of policies throughout the province and took some best practices out of that and created a policy just for us. Now, in the policy itself, you'll see that there's an optimal balance of what we think should be the balance that we should be saving up for certain items, and there's a starting balance. So we took what we currently have in reserves and we spread them out through the different types of categories, and both for capital and for operating. It's up to council's discretion on how you want to change those values. And this policy will come before council at least once before your term. So we're here to answer any questions. On October 14th, when it was first presented, we did make some amendments as per council's direction, and we did answer some questions, and we're here before you to answer any other questions you may have before you adopt it.
Sorry, thank you, Director Hambley. Appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor Chisholm. Does anyone around the table here, any councillor, have any questions with regards to the policy? Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
So there's a comment on page 17 to about the reclamation optimal value. And I know we talked about it and admin has explained, why they didn't adjust it up. I still would advocate that council has already decided that our target on that was $7.8 million. And so I'm wondering if that couldn't be reset to that number. It's a goal for savings. There's not a timeline on it that we have to increase taxes to get it done by next week. It's a long-term goal, but we have already made that decision. And so I would be reluctant to go back and reduce that number, because what I think we could all, easily agree on is that reclamation costs are not going to go down in the future. So if we are projecting today the value of doing this is $7.8 million, by the time we actually do it, I'm sure it will be somewhat higher than that. So on that one, I would propose that the optimal balance still align itself with the decision council made.
Thank you for that. I also read in the report here that administration reached out. The auditor added that this value is reflected in the 2024 consolidated financial statements and does not necessarily need to be recorded as an optimal reserve amount. And that's the reason for why it was not changed. So I know our auditor does a very good job. So I tend to say that, I think we're okay there and using his advice. But
in fairness, no amount needs to be recorded. Like, we don't have to do anything. We've made a choice to save that money. And unless we want to undo that choice, we're not required to save anything for anything ever. We do it because it's good governance, it's good management, and the point is we've made a decision to do it already. And we can all read that the auditor has said that it's not required. They didn't say, as far as I saw, they didn't actually tell us a number that they would rather see. That's, at the risk of repeating, that's the main comment I had on this.
I'm just looking up to what page that is actually on. Let me go there. There's bridges. Sorry, did you find it before I did? Page 24. Okay, so this one is for established to fund any decommissioning costs of county-owned or affiliated assets. This can include land requiring remediation due to contamination from gravel pits, landfill activity, or any other type of remediation work needed. we currently have a reserve of 3,827,000. It was in the policy here to cap at 5 million, but you would like to see it at 7.8 million, correct?
Well, that was our original decision, and that decision at 7.8 didn't include a single penny for landfill reclamation. That was entirely related to gravel pit reserves. And as you know, some will recall, we've been budgeting, I want to say $450,000 a year toward that, so that we kind of had set up some seed money into the fund, and we had a theoretical plan to fill that basket up over a 15-year time window. So it was, you know, slow and steady to make sure we're not passing down these dirty obligations to future generations. And, you know, reading that little box on 24 and understanding that it includes also landfills is a very good reason to push that number a little bit higher. And there's no harm in targeting higher savings. You know, we will all remember the newspaper articles 4 years ago about the $4 million that needed to be budgeted for a landfill reclamation that was subsequently resolved through different means. But this stuff can come up at huge expenses, and I would propose to my colleagues that the 7.8 related to gravel pits only, and to cut it back further and add more obligations undershoots the target by some unknown but large amount.
Okay, so are you then okay with the requiring balance? The administration is forecasting a required balance in the report of 56,235,000 to add another 2.8 million to that. So we would be, you know, at pretty much 59,000 or 59 million.
Yeah, I mean, this is a long-term savings plan where nothing in the policy says we have to sock this in the bank today. This is saying this is a long-term savings plan. And when you, I know this is hard for lots of, you know, to get our heads around because of the scale of the numbers, but $60 million in the bank relative to the value of the assets we own is like saying I have $300 in the bank and a $30,000 shingling job coming up in 10 years. Like, the scale of our assets and the responsibilities that we've got coming are so huge that I would say it would be nearly impossible for us to oversave. And this is about having some good money in advance. So, you know, whether it's 59 million or 60 million, I mean, these are aspirational targets that we're working toward. It's not a policy that says we have to fill it in 14 months. Right. So if it takes us 15 years to get to that goal, that's okay, because it'll continue to evolve over time. We'll look at it in 12 months and we'll say, oh, wow, 59 million maybe is not quite enough with inflation. We need to be 59,500,000 or whatever. So they're aspirational goals to focus us on the scale of the need. And it serves us well to not underestimate that, because that, I think, is the situation we inherited, and we should aspire to leave things a little bit better off when we walk away.
Okay. I guess that leads me to a couple of questions that I had with regards to the policy itself. And it's with regards to the reallocation. Okay, so I'll just start 4.2 on page 20. All financial reserve transfers, reallocation of funds, and new financial reservices must be approved by council in the form of. And then it mentions the 3 different points, A, B, and C. There is only one or after the letter B statement. So I'm wondering, and I just want to, it's just for clarity purposes in my mind and making the policy very clear. I'm assuming we don't have to meet all 3 items. And so I'm wondering if I'm correct, we don't have to meet every single criteria A, B, and C, that we would only have to, you know, choose one of those. Okay. So I'm wondering if council might also have the appetite just to make a few changes here on 4.2, 5.3, 5.4, 6.2 and 6.3, because they have the different points of how these items would be, you know, transferred or reallocated, etc. To have after their first statements, like 4.2 is an example, all financial reserve transfers, reallocation of funds, and new financial reservices must be approved by council in the form of one or more of the following. And then that way it makes it a little more clear that we don't have to meet all three criteria items.
You could just add the word or to the end of the other lines.
We could add the end to each one, or
This or that, or that, or that.
it's either or. It would suffice to mean the same thing, adding or to each bullet point, or one or more of the following right in the initial sentence. So I guess it's up to council if there's an appetite for that or not. And what the preference would be for they either add the or the words. Go ahead, please, Councillor Chamzik.
It's really a lot indifferent to me, but one or more of the following is very crystal clear.
Okay. Does anyone else like to weigh in here? Councillor Stasia?
Yeah, thank you. I had some other questions that I'd like to ask as well, but this $5 million, I think by proposing a 7.8 or whatever it was, does that not kind of lean us more towards an obligation? And if we do happen to need money, does that not kind of prevent us? Well, I shouldn't say it does, because we can move it one way or the other as we need. But I think through diligence, the council of the day, when they see that, you know, they're going to need more money for reclamation, wouldn't they just automatically add more money to the reserve, as opposed to establishing it as a number, and then we have to say, well, we kind of want 7.8, and here we need some money. What are we going to do? Does that make sense? That we we should be leaving ourselves a little bit open and trust that when the time comes that we need more money for reclamation, we will be putting money if we have, because I don't want to see us prevent ourselves from doing projects because we're focused more on putting more money into reserves. I don't really know how long did it take to get to 23 million. So in my mind, I'm trying to figure out how long it would take based on that progression. How long would it take to get us to 53 million? So is this going to be, are we anticipating that it could be 5 years, 10 years, 20 years? I don't know. Doesn't matter. But I just want to try and figure out how long it would take to reach that goal. Because if it's taking too long, we may, or the council of the day may say, well, we'll just stop doing our projects and we'll keep throwing money because we're not picking up this reserve as fast as we should.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Yeah, but I understand, while we're building up the reserve, we're also going to be spending out of there as well.
Right.
You know, there's projects that are going to be going on, so that, say, if our goal is 53 million, is it really 53 million or whatever, if we're spending on the way,
No, it could be back and forth for sure.
Right, yeah, that's what it'll have to be, is back and forth,
Well, and as I also understand, as we take out of reserves, we do replace, right? And so I'm also kind of hesitant. I mean, the auditor has weighed in on this. It is quite a hefty goal to reach 56 million and change. It's something I would need to think about, because as I'm looking through, and I'll just go forward here a little bit as well. For example, when we look at page, what is it, 28, it showed us what our reserve amounts were that we currently have. So when I was looking at of course, it always catches my eye is the water and equipment and lines. And we currently have 1.92 million in that particular reserve fund. And I know we worked extremely hard at that because if we remember in I believe it was 23 and 24, we had surplus in our water due to user pay system that we had very high water rates. And so we ended up with surplus in those particular accounts for those 2 years. So because of that, we transferred nearly, I think it was right around somewhere around 275,000, 290,000, something like that over the 2 years that boosted this reserve account. But when you go and look at our chart here for the policy, it now says that the starting balance for water and equipment lines on page 25 is $1 million. So that, I just want to confirm that that extra 922,000 has been just kind of absorbed and shuffled around to other categories, if that makes sense. I just wanted to know, is there a way of knowing what categories got boosted without having to go through each and every one, if administration knows kind of where that 922,000 was spread amongst other accounts according to the policy.
Madam Chair, we've been working on this for months, and I have to admit, I don't remember where we moved things around. But again, I just want to remind council, it's up to your discretion what you want to see these values to be. So we can move numbers around as you direct us to do so. And this is basically a live document. Council will be continually reviewing this. And we do plan to bring this to council on a quarterly basis to keep you updated on the reserve balances.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so, and I guess if you feel, if the administration feels $1 million is fine for the water equipment and lines, I know we've had that discussion as well, that, you know, there's going to be some need for replacement as aging infrastructure and that kind of thing. So I'm a little bit concerned that we, you know, kind of worked hard to have that 1.9 and we're down $1 million, but that, like, as you say, we can adjust and move around as council sees is comfortable with that. So the other question I had is with regards to page 23 and page, where was it? It's with regards to the general infrastructure operating. It mentions floods, but then we also have an emergency reserve for fire. And I'm kind of wondering if the two should be maybe combined. The emergency fund is, it says to designate funds related to wildfires and other emergencies. And for me, flood seems to be more of an emergency. So I was kind of wondering, you know, which area we would really be taking that from, and maybe if there should be some combination, combining of them. I'm not sure. So is the emergency fund is on page 24 and the general infrastructure operating is on page 23. It just was the wording for me, being floods being an emergency. But that's just, maybe that's being a little. But yeah, just was curious about that. Do we have other floods other than emergency floods?
No, I think when we were looking at this, Madam Chair, members of council, we were probably talking about specific areas where we were dealing with floods of roads, floods of culverts and things
Okay.
like that, and dealing with those infrastructure type of things rather than a big general flood where it's now all of a sudden an emergency for the
Awesome.
community.
Okay, that makes sense for me. Thank you very much for that clarity. Yep, that's awesome. And then there's a couple of items I'm wondering if we can't consider adding to our, because this is where when we want to boost one area to 7.8 million, I'm almost wondering if we added 2 more categories that extra.
Can I clarify? I'm not asking to boost it. Like the proposal is to reduce it from 7.8 and there's semantically, there's a difference. We've decided on 7.8. We're proposing to come down to 5.
But you would like to, according to this policy, boost it back up to 7.8.
I'd like to keep it in 7.
Okay.
Not boost it, keep it.
Okay, we'll go with that. There's 2 items that we always talk about, and that's hard surfacing program and the registered ditching program. And I don't see any reserve category for those particular items for planning for the future. So I don't know if that's something that administration has said, you know what, we don't need to do that, or if that's something that might be a good idea in around the council table that we do start considering planning for and having a reserve fund for.
Again, Madam Chair, members of council, it's up to your discretion if you want that added on there so that you can strategically every year, if there's a surplus, you can strategically divvy up the numbers and the values throughout. So if you prefer to have hard surfacing, we can certainly put that in there. And I'm sorry, I missed the second.
The other one was the registered ditch program. I know we have issues with not having enough funds for ditching for sure. And it's an issue that we have. And I guess as we're forward thinking and thinking of our future and our infrastructure and all of those things, those are just 2 other categories that, you know, thought might be an idea that council might have an appetite to add. Councilor DeHoller.
Yeah, just a question here. Paving programs, where would that come? Reserved for, have we got a reserve for future paving program?
That's where the hard surfacing
That
program,
would be the hard.
yeah, that I think paving should be added. Yeah.
Okay.
So that'd be a category. Please go ahead, Councilor Hall.
On that subject though, I guess I wonder if that really is the appropriate place in a reserve. Rather, it's more of an annual capital item and an annual operating item. So it's not generally something we're gonna set out and say, we're gonna save all the money and then pave the whole county. We're gonna, on an annual basis, say, we have an annual target to spend, you know, X dollars doing hard surfacing. And if we have projects that we go, where once we've eventually agreed on what the list looks like, if there's a big project, we may then choose in the budget to say, boy, the project is so big, we're gonna save, we're not gonna do anything this year, we're gonna defer it all to next year and do the big project. Like, my point is, I think it's more of an annual operating spend than a long-term savings. This stuff to me is about long-term planning, and hard surfacing is something we do out of, or we should be doing, out of our annual spend and our annual capital budget. And so if we're trying to pave hard surface a mile a year, then we just do a mile a year, and we don't need to save first for it. We just, instead of putting the money away, just do the job.
Well, you know, and I totally agree if that has been the practice, but it's certainly not been the practice. And so without identifying the requirement or the need or the want or the wish, it doesn't seem to happen because everything else prioritized comes in the way.
Because we haven't agreed on it.
Please go ahead, Councillor
I
Chamsley.
think it's one of those things, if this policy is gonna be coming back enough that, you know, it doesn't hurt to have it on there and, you know, at least have the progression and the goal to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead, CAO.
Yeah, Madam Chair, there's no objection to adding those. That's just fine. My gut tells me we'll be dealing with both those issues in the first year. It seems like it seems to be a topic that council wants to talk about hard surfacing, and we'll get to it. Remember, you can amend this schedule whenever you want. So we've got plans to bring back both those issues, the hard surfacing issue, and also we talked yesterday about the drainage ditch level of service issue. Pardon me. And so the council establishes a level of service for both those issues. Remember, this is a live document. You can change it at any time.
Okay.
They're good thoughts and they probably should make their way in there. You can add it at any time. We don't have any extra funds to put in there today, so you could establish it today and there's no harm, or you can add it later.
Okay.
After we have a good discussion about, are we going to do a 5-year hard surfacing plan, or are we going to do a review the level of service for the drainage ditches? We know we need it. We've identified it as a need, so you could add it anytime.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Thank you. Councillor Hall.
And I think I want to, you know, suggest to everybody that this policy is really just step one. And so step one is kind of figuring out the amounts, and we're doing that. And then, you know, step two becomes going back and validating the amounts, because some of the stuff we've got numbers, but now we need to go back and pick an individual line, and, you know, picking one at random. Maybe you'd say facilities and buildings. How do we know it's 5 million? Maybe we need to refine that number and get more specific. And so I think it's a multi-step process. It will take time. We've got some good targets to start with. Now we work on making sure that it's 5 million for the facilities and building and not 5.5 or whatever, to use that arbitrarily. And then the next step after that is working with admin to connect it back to budget and deciding at what rate do we want to fill these various buckets. Because there's some of them we may say, we have a 20-year plan to fill this. Some of them may be just ad hoc only from services, and none of that's really defined yet. And I think it's a work in progress, and we need to keep, you know, we choose how to budget. So on the reserves one, we've made a decision to budget that over 15 years at 450,000 a year. We may then in the future choose to do the fire services one at $1 million a year instead of at, I think, are we at 750 this year? We have the opportunity to keep refining how we fill the buckets and tie it back to budget, but it's going to take time. And to me, this is the foundational block, not the capstone.
Okay, thank you. All right, folks, so we for sure know that there has been a request to make a change to page 24 from the reclamation portion from 5 million to 7.8 million. Okay, so if we can start there.
I would actually propose it as a motion to reduce the amount from 7.8 to $5 million, because we've already made the decision at 7.8. So the motion would be to propose to reduce the amount from 7.8 to $5 million.
Propose to reduce.
Which we know my feelings on.
the reclamation optimal balance from 7.8 to 5 million. Okay. And I believe, I think everybody was satisfied with the one or more of the following for adding to 4.2, 5.3, 5.4, 6.2, and 6.3. Does that seem everybody's nodding? Okay, so if there's, I'm just trying to figure out the best way to handle this. I guess we'll do it in two separate motions, and unless there's any further discussion with council. Okay, so the recommendation originally on our report is that council adopt policy 2915 financial reserves as presented. I would propose that we start with the first motion from Councillor Hall to reduce the reclamation optimal balance from 8.8 million to 5 million. We start there. And then the second motion would be to adopt policy 2915 financial reserves as discussed, if that works out for everyone, so that we don't have to necessarily bring this back to council again until we make any further changes. Is everybody satisfied with that? All right, so let's go for that one. Councillor Hall would like to propose to reduce the reclamation optimal balance from 7.8 million to 5 million. If you're ready for the vote, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, and opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? 5. Okay. Oh, you were in favor? So it's 5-4. Okay, so we will pass that one at 5-4. All right, and the next one is the council adopt policy 2915, financial reserves as discussed. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? I guess I did. Sorry. All those in favor, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and opposed? 2. That motion passes. And we can move to the next item. All righty, so the next item is the notice of motion, the Collinton Local Improvement Tax, page 29 of your agenda. Now, this one is mentioning that council reconsider resolutions 25659 and 25660 made at the December 16, 2025 special county council meeting. Being that we have a tabled item from the minutes regarding CC 25660, I'm wondering if we need to table this particular item, being that we are dealing with that particular motion as a reconsideration. Just asking for the advice, yeah.
If you opened it up for, supposing the motion for reconsideration passed, then it kind of negates, like it automatically cancels the other one. And then it brings it back for the discussion. So I think on procedure, the decision belongs to the chair, but I don't think it would be a big problem to look at it, given the if the reconsideration were to pass, you would open it up for discussion. That automatically kills the other one and allows the discussion that is being requested. But I think procedurally the decision is yours.
I think I'm going to ask for advice from CAO, being that the item was tabled due to the minutes. Wondering if this CC 25660 is possibly outside of the bylaw. I'm kind of having a bit of a rough time going through and discussing it again as another reconsideration. It's confusing to me. So I'm just wondering what your advice would be.
Again, I wasn't prepared for the discussion before about the concern about the minutes. So I didn't put a whole lot of thought into how that would affect this.
Right.
So the tabling motion that you discussed earlier was specific to amending the minutes, if I'm not correct, or if I am correct.
Yeah.
The minutes are not this motion,
Okay, then we will.
is my interpretation.
Okay.
This is a separate matter. Now that one could turn out that you must amend those minutes, but I'm not entirely clear how we're going to unpack that one.
Right, okay, thank you very much. All right, so I guess we will go forward then. For this particular item that council reconsider resolutions 25659 and 25660. I'm assuming that you would like to split and do the reconsideration for one motion at a time? Does that make sense? All right, so in this situation, we will look at the reconsideration. We will vote to whether or not we would like to reconsider CC 25659. So if you vote, of course, in the affirmative, you're voting to reconsider. If you're opposed, you're voting not to reconsider. And it would like a recorded vote. All right. So on the first item, to reconsider CC 25659 under a recorded vote, all those in favor? We have Councillor Hall, Councillor Calahoo, Councillor Stasiak, and Councillor Kapitaniak, and all those opposed. Councillor Dowlick, Councillor Chisholm, Councillor Chamzik, Reeve Holland, Deputy Reeve Mins. I believe that's everybody, so that fails.
Madam Chair, just to clarify who made that motion.
I guess that would be Councillor Kapitaniak.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. And on the so we will not be reconsidering 25659. For resolution to reconsider CC 25660.
For clarity, is this recorded vote as well?
Okay, recorded vote on this one as well. And once again, so if you vote, we can't have any discussion on a reconsider motion until the motion has been reconsidered. Okay. So once again, those in favor of reconsidering 25660, all those in favor? We have Councillor Chisholm, Councillor Kapitaniak, Councillor Hall, Councillor Calahoo, Councillor Stasiak, and those opposed? Were you in favor? You were in favor. Councillor Dowlick was in favor. Opposed, Councillor Chamzik, Deputy Reeve Mins, and Reeve Holland. So that item will be reconsidered. And that will be reconsidered at our next meeting. Okay, all right. So that's 6.2 complete. 6.3. We are now moving on to, hang on, which item I'm at here. This one. All right. This is back to our wonderful 2026 operating and capital budgets. Absolutely. If we could please take a 10-minute break and return at 10:40. All right, everybody, welcome back. We'll reconvene our meeting. And we are at item 6.3, page 31 of your agenda package, the 2026 operating and capital budgets. This is, came back from December 16th meeting, December 16th, yeah. And the changes that council had asked for were implemented in the budget. So I'm really not sure how council would like to go through this particular item. Being we've gone through every single department prior to, is how would council like to handle today's budget? Council Chamzek.
I'm not sure how to answer that, but I do have a question. I cannot seem to find where registered drainage ditches are in the budget.
Okay. If we can forward, we'll start off there. If Director Morton, there we go. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Council, Mr. Chairman. It's in the Ag Services budget and it's 50,000 or 55,000 is all it is.
Okay. So our ag services budget is on page of your budget, page 11 of the budget, which is page 44 of your package. And it's, oh, be under page 45. Do we know what the GL code is for that?
It's 2516, sorry, and it's on page 46 of your agenda.
2516 under program supplies.
Sorry, it's called registered. What's the header on it?
Where is it?
Yeah.
51,500. 51,500. On farm water management,
Okay, so what's the code?
2516.
2516. Why am I not seeing it? Oh, here we go. Registered, there we go. On farm water management. Thank you. Perfect. Okay, so that's one question answered. I have a quick question as well, and it's with regards to, I don't remember talking about COLA. Did we do a COLA increase for administration?
It's built into the salary and it's 2%.
It's 2%, okay, and that does not include council.
Yes.
Oh, it does include council. Oh, well, there you go, includes council. That, I didn't think we had done that, okay. Sorry, go ahead, please, Council Captain.
There's a bylaw that would be like 2 years ago.
Okay. Totally slipped my mind. Awesome, okay. Does anybody have any further conversation that they would like to make? Do you want to go through each item separately, each department separately, or does anybody have any questions? Councillor Hall.
I have a couple of questions on so I guess maybe first, because we're still probably all on page 46 on the registered drainage ditch. You know, this has been an issue that's coming up more and more, and I know, you know, we're working hard to tighten our belt and admit it. Well, sorry, I'm going to back that up. We're not working as hard as administration is working hard to tighten the belt and make the budget better. Is that enough? Because you know, we're hearing that issue is coming up more and more often. So I think while we're on this page, the first question is this adequate? And is there something we should sacrifice instead?
Madam Chair, I would answer your question with a question. Is it enough for what? We don't have a level of service. We talked about this yesterday. We intend to bring that ahead as a discussion item to council. What level of service are you trying to hit? And then we'll tell you what we need. We don't know. Right now, the level of service is being driven by complaints.
Yeah.
And so council has to make an educated decision. Here's where we're trying to hit. And then we'll bring ahead a schedule and show you what it might cost. And then right now it's just complaint driven and we don't have any policy or anything whatsoever.
Do we not have any legal requirements though, like with these things that
We do, and we will advise council of that. It's pretty nebulous in some cases. Some of it's left up to us, so we will. That's why we proposed no change to it, because we've got it as a priority item for council to discuss this year.
So it's enough. I had,
Before we move forward, Counselor Hall, just so that folks know, I don't think we're passing the budget in its full entirety today. It's still considered an interim budget after today, once we have this conversation, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Madam Chair, this final budget will be brought to you in late March, April. Once we have the full assessment, equalized assessment, and the requisitions from the other boards. So we don't have that. So generally it's done in two parts for those new councils, new councilors, an interim budget before the end, December 31st. We adopt an interim budget, then you continue working on it as you get closer to final budget. And that happens in April, May.
Fantastic. And so, again, I commend you for looking into these other items, and I really appreciate it, and I look forward to those further discussions, because we can always make those changes in the budget coming up. Okay, just so everybody was on the same page, Councillor Hall.
so 3 questions related to page 103. Line 1410, which is the revenue line under fees collected from campground and day use. I felt like that should have been maybe higher, because we're proposing to increase the fees. So I'm wondering if that line should be increased to reflect the higher seasonal rates. Have they been accounted for?
Can you give us the code you're talking about, please?
Yeah, Madam Chair,
1410.
it's 1410 on page 103. There'd be fees collected. Councillor Hall raises a good point. If council was okay using this as an interim budget, we would make that correction and bring it back for final.
Okay, so that'd be a change we'll maybe see. I think we still, did we actually pass the bylaw? Once the fees are locked in. Then when you look down the page just a tiny bit, there's line 1420, sale of goods firewood. That shows as 10,000 in our budget. Further down the page at 2510, we are buying firewood for 15,500. So I guess I'm curious why we're selling it at 2/3 of what it costs us. And if that's just like, if we buy more than we sell and I don't know.
Do we stockpile? I'm wondering if we
But
stockpile.
then there's an accrual adjustment. So
So, go ahead, please.
Is there any campgrounds that we supply free firewood to?
That I can't answer. No, we do not.
No.
No. Not that I'm aware of.
So do we stockpile?
We do have some extra that's there, Madam Chair. You know what, I can't answer. I'm gonna have to get back to you on that one. I know there was some discussion over the cost going up. And I think, we didn't bring the firewood one forward. We just thought that we could make it work this year, but we need a new contract with the supplier. I think it expired at the end of December, so we were unsure of what the new contract rate would be.
Okay, thank you. So that could be something that we discuss.
And I recognize these are, very minor dollars in terms of the whole budget, but as, you go through and say, well, what I tend to find is that lots of little trickles add up to a big stream eventually. And so, we shouldn't do business for, maybe we should lose money on that. I don't know.
Well, I really don't think we should deal with this until the new contract comes up. If you tender it out, it might be less anyway. So we haven't got an exact figure on it. So let's just leave it maybe for now.
And in the past on page, so if you look at line 1476, last time we talked a little bit about the idea of giving county residents access to our campgrounds potentially for free. We obviously didn't make any decisions on that. And at the time, I hadn't even noticed the clarity that's provided by line 1476, which shows the total season pass revenue of $6,500, which works out to about 110 passes budgeted for sale. Of course, not all of those will go to county residents. So given the small amount of dollars, I guess I'm wondering if we should consider lowering the amount, from a budget standpoint, lowering that amount, and then talking about later whether we want to implement a program that would would give passes to county parks out to county residents. And budget and the program are separate, so if you budget for less and implement the program, it's based, it's baked into your budget. If you budget for less and don't implement the program, the only impact is you generate more revenue than you budgeted and there's no harm. But if you plan on the money coming in and then you take it away, then no. And again, it's a small amount for, $5,000. We'll find that somewhere, but I wanted to float that idea because I know we talked about it and now seeing the amount, when I saw it was so small, I thought we should just give them away.
I think we decided, if I'm not mistaken, and if I'm not mistaken, it's coming up in our fee schedule bylaws that it would be $30 a pass. And we kind of went past giving them out for free this year. So I guess I'm a bit confused, but I guess we'll figure that out once we've passed if the fee bylaws pass, then we can come back to have that conversation. But at this time, I think it's best to leave it where it is. But that's just me personally. I don't know. Anybody else? Councillor Stacey?
Can I get some clarification on page 32? There were changes prior to December 16th meeting. The third item down talks about including removal of assistant ag field position. Then when you flip the page over on the bottom line, it says ag services net increase of 26.8 due to the addition of assistant field man, partially offset by herbicide and gross recovery reductions. Can I get some clarity? Did we eliminate it and then put it back, or what happened? Okay, right. And now I guess, and I don't know if it's even appropriate at this point to talk about the capital. I noticed.
Can we work with page 32 in the Fieldman first?
Yeah, oh yeah, okay.
Just so we can kind of understand what's happening.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we were nodding to Councillor Stasiak and
Oh,
the rest of you might not have seen. We
Right.
agreed, yes. Prior to December 16th, it was removed based on the feedback. December 16th, we added it back in. So this budget includes the assistant ag field person.
and then their adjustments were made in other areas to be able to make
Correct.
that.
We adjusted a whole bunch of areas, a lot of areas to make those things happen.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so we're all, please go ahead.
Okay, now, and the other one that you talk about, the savings of 10 million, is that appropriate or was that in camera?
What page you on?
I was on page, I wrote it down here, yeah, on page 32. You talked about the shop project and I just had a question about that. It was my understanding that there was 15 million budgeted for a new shop at one point. And I question whether or not we actually saved 10 million or 15 million because we're borrowing the money. So how does that work?
Well, Madam Chair, we're still later on in the agenda for the new shop purchase. We're still proposing to borrow. So
Correct.
the 15 million was going to be borrowing
Oh, okay.
and the new purchase is still going to be borrowing.
Oh, okay.
We just don't have that much on hand in either.
No, I just thought that previous
Yeah.
council might have actually budgeted it for it.
No, it was budgeted, shown in budgets, but we didn't have a dedicated savings for it, Madam Chair.
There was no reserve for that?
Not really. We're proposing, there's a little bit of reserve put in or established, but the vast majority of it we have to borrow for.
Go ahead, please,
And
Councillor.
I know while we're on the topic of that shop, has there been any consideration as to the term of the loan for the benefit of saving or anything like that?
Madam Chair, that item is 7.6 on this agenda.
Okay, oh yeah.
So we'll
got it.
discuss that then.
Thank
So
you.
yeah, if you could save your question for then, that'd
Sure,
be great.
thank you.
Awesome. Anybody, Councillor DeHollock?
Well, just on the overall, but maybe it's not the proper time to say, but later on in the budget, in the year, is it possible to have a projection line? Say, projected costs for the remainder of the year? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think what we're maybe what you're thinking about is variance reporting that.
Or variance? or-
Yeah, I mean, this is the budget.
Right.
It's not going to help you with that. I mean, this is the projection for the end of the year.
Uh-huh.
We're projecting what we need to operate that program or build that bridge or do whatever. Variance reporting comes monthly, but sometimes it's in other places it's quarterly with a really good projection, how we're doing against budget. And this is how much looks like it'll be left. And we're getting better at it because we're pulling some codes apart and finding what this place has historically in the last 5 years, maybe before then, we had a hard time finding actual costs. But we're cleaning up a bunch of codes. Now we're getting, our actuals are closer. So it's getting better. So I think that's variance reporting is maybe what you're asking
That's
for.
exactly what I'm looking for,
Yeah.
Bob. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
I guess I had two other questions on page 31. There's this operating under common services, there's a net reduction, and it includes gravel management and exploration. So I guess I'm wondering if there's a reduction in spending, how that impacts our gravel exploration and our ability to have our own supplies of gravel. Like, are we not going to be prospecting this year?
Through the chair to answer Councillor Hall's question, we absolutely removed, we had originally proposed some fairly significant exploration work to be completed and to have a consultant come in and basically do an assessment of the entire county of where potential resources might be. That was in the original proposal. When we got to, the December 16th, and we, from an administrative perspective, we had to try and bring budgets down, that was removed. So yeah, it will have some effect on how quickly we can move forward with long-term strategy associated with gravel sourcing. We still think it's a priority and it will have to be put into a budget hopefully next year, but at this point it had been removed for this year.
Thank you.
I'm not sure, I mean, do you know off the top of your head, because this line has about three different things on it, what was the impact of the gravel exploration? Like, it's 253,000 in reduction, but the gravel piece, was that, how many dollars was that? Because I worry that, like, that's such a critical part of everything we do. And it takes it seems to me that everything that happens like that when you hire a consultant, you measure the time in years and put up a stick to see if there's any progress. Like, I'm worried that it's too short-sighted to not find money to do exploration when we've already heard that our pits are, we don't have stockpiles of reserves. I don't know if we know the number.
Madam Chair, we can find that number. You're absolutely correct. We were given direction to find savings.
Yeah.
We found savings.
And I think that for me, one of the things is it's, asking admin to find savings, and then it's up to council to decide whether those savings are palatable or not. And we then have to choose whether we think that's the pill we want to swallow, or whether we want to try to sacrifice something else or hold our nose and do something different.
Hang on, Councillor. Go
Just
ahead.
want to say that particular number is 130.
Okay, so we need to, if we wanted to, if council is of the mind to not hold back on gravel exploration, we'd have to figure out $130,000.
Correct.
Okay, Councillor DeHault.
Well,
Sorry.
first of all, I don't know if the gravel tenders are out or whatever to buy gravel. Do we know the costs? Okay, but the actual costs, if we took away the reclamation and everything else, what do we know exactly what it's going to cost us comparing to doing our own?
Through the chair, yes, we did tender for 2025. We put out the tender. It has been awarded and they'll start hauling in the next week or two. And we do have known cost, but that money is being funded through reserve. So it's not, it'll be funded from reserve and repaid as we build the gravel out to projects. I'll get that.
The in and out.
But so comparable to our own in-house costs, yeah, we can give you a breakdown. I can't tell you what the number is today, because every pit is different depending on what our costs are to operate that pit and so on. So if that's something that you need right away, we would have to go through, and it would take us some time to do every pit because some of the pits haven't been operated for a while. But yeah, we know what our costs are associated with the tender, and we have a pretty good idea of what the average cost of operating our own pits are. And it's definitely cheaper to run our own.
It is, yeah, okay. You don't have to do that right now, but sometimes I would really like to know. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome, thank you. So just getting back quickly to the gravel management and the exploration, you were saying it would be 130,000 was what was removed from the budget?
That's what was budgeted to have the consultant come in and do an overall evaluation of potential areas for gravel. And then the next step would be exploration and stuff like that, right?
Okay.
We were going to start with a complete assessment of the entire county using provincial available information and start with that process. Say, okay, here's where the highest potential of gravel should be based off seismic and all well information, all that stuff. So that was the initial step. It wouldn't actually be testing and exploration in the first year. But that was the initial step that I had budgeted for.
Okay, so if council is concerned, which as you mentioned, it is one of our top priorities, it is a concern for sure. There's always reserves as far as I'm concerned. We, that's what these things are for, or we add it back into our budget. So it's something, for sure. I don't know, Councillor Hall, where you would like to go with that?
I don't know. I mean, I think there's still room to talk about how, are there other ideas that admin has for tightening their belts? Like I don't see any of this as absolutes. I see many of it as trade-offs. There's the either ors, and maybe we do this instead of something else, or are we, I think we already backed out the recreational master plan. I mean, I think so that's important, but is it more important than this? Is it, do we buy only half as many outhouses instead and do this? Or like, I don't know where admin would propose, but I feel like because of the glacial pace that this type of work will move at, it would be detrimental to defer it into the future. And we need to find the money either inside the budget or, and ultimately, I mean, if you don't cut something, it impacts the mill rate. And we all know I don't love that, but these are the trade-offs that we have to make.
Mm-hmm. So,
and to back up, talking about $130,000.
Right.
We need to find 10 things worth $10,000, or 13 things worth $10,000. Sorry, to do my grade 5 math a little better. Maybe we can find that.
Maybe we can, or like I mentioned, there's other options. That's why we have savings. Councillor Stacey?
Just for clarification, we had talked at a prior meeting about some property that we had been giving deposits over the several back years. What has become of that? Has that not already been explored for reserves, for gravel reserves there? Or
yes, Madam Chair, we're happy to provide you an update in closed session, as that's a land matter. But honestly, that's related to this. It's related to the 3-year gravel supply contract. Seriously, we could spend all day just on the gravel matter, and we still wouldn't be finished.
For sure.
We've got a lot of balls in the air at the same time. The long-term gravel strategy, we thought, okay, since we've got all these other balls in the air, maybe we could defer that one for a 1 year. That's as simple as it got.
And so for me, then maybe what I would ask is, do you have the capacity to do it anyway? And is administration wanting to defer it to meet the need of reduce, like, I guess, if you're saying this is one we really think we can defer versus this is one we are willing to sacrifice in order to meet this other target, if not.
And capped our water supply at 1 million. We're there, we have it sitting there. So is there necessary to put in 99,200 into reserves in 2026? For water line? As far as I'm concerned, there's 100 grand right there.
Yeah.
Councillor DeHolly?
Yeah, yeah, thanks for that, Tracy. Yeah. We really got to be careful on this 3-year plan. If we if we budgeted the 200 and whatever thousand, would we be able to establish our own pits in year 4? Instead of extending the that's what I'm looking to long term, huh? We're gonna try and cut buying that gravel as short a period of time as we can. So, I'd like to look and see if we can do it in year 4.
Through the chair, that's one option. I would suggest that any long-term gravel strategy would include a combination of both. I personally, I wouldn't see us ever going away from having a gravel supply tender. There's not that much gravel available. And the capital investment to dive into having multiple gravel pits, we wouldn't have the reserves funds for that. So I guess my point is a long-term gravel strategy, in my opinion, will likely include a combination of both.
So what you're saying is we don't think that we have an adequate gravel supply in this county. We're gonna be looking elsewhere.
Correct.
All the time. Oh, okay, thank you.
So in light of that, that's why I think it's extremely important that we move ahead and source and look for that, put that 130 back in, do that project this year. And like I say, when we look at the water supply budget and we look at the reserves, the transfer to reserves on 2760 at 99,200, if we're already satisfied that we have enough reserves for the water line, let's not add those reserves this year and transfer that back over to put it towards the ground. That's where I'm comfortable with. And not to mention, whenever we add these reserves, 99,200, it just increases your water rate that we have to charge back out because it's part of our expense, right? So for me to get rid of that would actually help with our water rates as well.
Actually, it wouldn't, because you're taking away, you're shifting an expense from one place to another.
It's still.
It doesn't change the top line.
When we're looking at our water rates, we're still looking at the bottom line, which is your net water supply cost. And so that is included in your 99.2. It's no different than when we're looking at our water rates, when we look at depreciation of the 69,200, that's an in and out. We know we look at it as an expense here, but then we go and put it back in. So we shouldn't be considering that amount when we consider our bottom line for our water rates either. And I think we've had that conversation several times, and I know you and I disagree on that, but for me, when you're calculating it out, we always have been using the net water supply amount. And if you were to remove 69,200 from the depreciation and the 99,200 for the reserves, instead of a net water supply of a deficit of 429,000, you're looking at 260,000. So it's a big difference, and it makes a big difference when we're dealing with our water rates. So I'm all for not putting reserves in under the water supply budget and going back to the gravel. That gives you, then we just have to look for 30,800. And I think that that's pretty easily done. Even if 30,000 comes out of reserves for that, that's pretty small compared to the importance of the gravel. But that's my personal opinion. I don't know how council feels. Pretty quiet bunch. Are we agreeing or not? Because this is something we would ask for. Do we do a poll? How do you feel about that?
Well, I think we should go with gravel exploration.
Okay. And pull it out of the reserves from the water for the 2026. Okay, from the 2026, okay?
Would it be reasonable to hear admin's opinion?
Sure,
before we-
absolutely. We're just trying to get a poll if you even want to ask admin from it, if council is curious about that. So if you, men would like to beforehand?
If council wants to make changes and make that a priority project, then we will make it happen. Simple as that.
Okay.
I agree. We need the gravel expert
Okay,
and with the water
okay,
reserve.
on board. Okay, that's it. Iffy.
Yeah, I agree on the gravel and everything. A lot of times I don't agree with spending money on consultants and stuff like that, but we need to do something because we have gravel out there. You just gotta figure out how we're gonna get it. That's the biggest thing. And that's what dealing with the government and all this is. We got a huge amount of gravel there, I'll guarantee you. But how do we get it?
Just easy.
Before I comment on it, what does the exploration actually include? Is it sending somebody out there asking questions, or is it actually drilling a hole and testing, or what does that entail? Like I'd be kind of a bit reluctant to spend even $130,000 just to have somebody drive around and ask questions about where they think gravel is.
Through the chair, the vast majority of the work would be desktop exercises and reviewing provincial geographical information, water well information, seismic information, and building, a map to identify, I guess the source, which properties would have that. And then we would look at those properties, and of course, we would prioritize our own, if any of them were, and we would start a testing program. You would start with your own and Crown, and then move into the more expensive private after that.
And so then, is that part of your program, or would you be hiring somebody to do that for us, using up to 130?
You wouldn't be doing any exploration associated with the 130 this year.
No.
It would
correct,
all
but-
be,
But the process of doing the paperwork and the surveying all of the well reports and stuff like that, will that be consuming the 130 by a new person doing it, or is it part of your team that would be doing it?
no, it'll be done by a consultant.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, I'm in favor of the gravel exploration.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in favor of it, especially if that, you need that step one to get to where we need to be, then yeah, I'm for it.
Thank you. Councillor Hall.
I agree on the need to pursue the ground. Subject to, admin's capacity to do it and fit that in, which I think we have to be cautious of, but I'm undecided whether this is the source of funds. I mean, on 2 minutes notice, I don't know.
Okay. Deputy Redmond.
We had tons of information in this office regarding gravel. We had gravel plans for like 25 years and stuff like that. Has administration found any of these plans, or are we just going off of on a whim? We're going to start from scratch. We had a huge amount of information and I don't know where it went. This is only like 5-6 years ago. So has there been any information found, or?
I mean, other than verbally asking, there's nobody here anymore. But, we're not seeing any plans that are locked up, like arrangements or agreements or anything of that nature. There's some old test data that we've found, but that's about it.
Well, in my time, sorry, Rob.
I was just gonna say, as long as we found at least some test datas and some quarters that we've actually looked at and stuff like that, because to hire somebody to start from scratch, is like when we had all this information, I just don't understand where it went.
And I do remember a 25-year plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was years ago, so it's gotta be someplace or somebody knows.
So go ahead, please, Ian.
Madam Chair, it's a good point. Seriously, we're not going to pay to redo work that's been done. Since this is a priority item for council, seem to be very near and dear to your heart. If you add it to the budget, we'd probably bring back a terms of reference for what the study would be, and we'd probably tell you that we've done an exhaustive search for all the past planning that's been done. We just, because it's not a project, we haven't done a whole lot. So even, I gotta be honest, the 130,000 cost was pulled out of thin air. Is it detailed? No. It might be less. Heck, it might be more. But because it's such an expensive program, it's worth it. We would do that. We would exhaust all our files to make sure that we know what we know before we pay someone to tell us what we already knew.
Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's an important investment as well. Are we ready to go forward, folks? We've given direction to administration there. Does anybody, we've exhausted that conversation. Okay, is there anything else? I do want to mention too, just as it was asked of me and I explained on page 32, under the capital budget where we have items that have been removed. Removed is from this budget, but they are actually deferred. They're not scrapped. And that's what I explained to one of my residents when they were kind of concerned about these. I said, it's not, just to reiterate, these items are deferred, not completely scrapped. So just wanted to make sure people understood that. If I'm not mistaken, correct? Administration, yes, they're deferred, not scrapped.
Yeah, Madam Chair, but to be clear, they're removed from this budget. Doesn't mean they disappeared completely.
Awesome. Thank you for that. How's everybody doing with regards to the rest of the budget here? Does anybody else have any further questions, concerns? Deputy Reed Mintz.
Under the capital budget, we have under equipment greater replacement program of 1.5 million. Is that going to change at all just due to the issues with the graders that we have going on right now with the contract end and all that?
Through the chair, yeah, it could, next year, I guess. If once clear path forward has been established, you know, we may have to adjust our capital budget for greater replacements moving forward. But at this time, you know, we have the 2 spares that we think we can get through for this year.
Okay. So we were given at the beginning of the meeting replacement pages for what was in our budget in our agenda for the capital projects. Are you able to identify which items were changed so that we can kind of?
Madam Chair, basically, we added 2 additional items to the carry forward. They're Island Lake water line design 410 right under carry forward projects on the left-hand column. And then the other item would be the 2025 bridge rehabilitation / repair, 155,000. And their source of funding would be other because they're both approved in 2025. So one is reserve and the other one we were going to apply against our portion against our LGFF funding.
Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, it's on page 119. The Island Lake water line design, that was the one was updated for the page we had in our 119 was replaced.
There's actually 2 line items for water. Like there's 2, the big water project, which is 14 million, which is down further. Trying to find it here. 15.6 actually is the big. This water line design was a part of some design engineering. I think the studies. It was actually identified, I think, in operating, but it's really capital part of the project. So that's why we're moving it over to capital, and why you see it here as a carry forward, because they never spent all the money that was budgeted in 2025.
Okay. So I see that there's an additional line, and then, I'm sorry, the other one was under page, would have been, an addition to page 121. I'm sorry, what was the other one?
The other one was 2025 bridge rehabilitation repair. In the 2025 budget, we had 600,000 for bridge rehabilitation. I don't like to call it repair because that's operating, but it's purely capital. So that was we had 600,000 and then there was an additional 350, so 950 total. And currently we have 155,000 of work left to be done, probably going to be done here in January 26th.
Okay. Did everybody get that? Because I'm still looking for the bridge, line here.
Yes. Yeah, directly under the Island Lake water line design.
No, thank you. There we go.
The
Okay,
new
cool.
pages, Madam Chair, and it's, just to clarify, these are not new funds. We're not
No,
adding anything.
That's right.
It's just carry forward from 2025.
Perfect.
But in order to show it properly, we have to show them that we're going to finish the work in 2026.
Okay,
And that then the auditors will be happy with us. If
awesome.
we don't show it that way, they will be unhappy with us.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarity. Awesome. Okay. How's everybody else doing with regards to the rest of the capital budget? Or are there any further questions that anybody has, knowing that, of course, please go ahead, Councillor Stacey.
Thank you. I'm looking over here at recreation and these outhouses. Tax, 119 of 376. I need a little bit of clarity on municipal reserves. What is that designated for? It's my understanding that that is to do extra work around the lakes, whether it be toilets, playgrounds, whatever. Is there a possibility of taking some of that 400, I think it was 435,000 that we have in place already from collecting municipal reserves and applying some of it to the 95,000? Or is that not appropriate to move that money? Was it not meant for that purpose?
Madam Chair, I think we'd have to look into that. I think we could, I think there's a possibility, but we'd have to make sure that we can use, that's called cash in lieu. And it's collected as part of subdivision. And can we use it for other purposes that still parks related,
Right.
but not parks in subdivisions? I think we might just want to make a call to someone to make sure that we could do it. So we haven't shown it that way, but it's a good thought. Maybe it could be used at other locations other than where it was collected. And I think the answer is yes, but we'd like to be sure of that.
Okay. Are we finished discussing the interim budget for now? Anybody else got anything that they would like to bring forward, discuss? Going once. Last opportunity. Okay, would somebody like to make the motion that the council amends the interim 2026? Oh, sorry, I missed it. Who's knocking? Oh, sorry, Deputy.
Under the legislative budget, if I can find it here.
Oh, yes, the legislative budget. I forgot about that one. Thank you.
It's just, did we get any actuals for
61.
which page is that?
Page 61 of the agenda of the whatchamacallit, the budget, and page 94, 95 of your agenda package. Right, and yes, we had asked for actuals for both the meals as well as the travel, the training conferences, those types of things. Were you able to, did you have time for that?
Madam Chair, the general travel and subsistence, which is the meals, like the lunchtime meals, during council meetings. We do have actuals for that. Year to date ending, we spent 4,571, so for meals, like during meetings. And then during the travel for travel general, like don't get charged to a particular counselor, like say if a counselor takes a committee member to a course or to like a conference, like a FCSS conference, for example, the year-to-date actual for that, and these year-to-dates are pretty much end of December, 3,555. So those two numbers don't get charged against counselor's budget. They're separate. Like the meals come separate. They're not charged. Most of the travel and subsistence that's under each separate counselor's budget is like the mileage, go to meetings, or if a counselor went to a specific, like say RMA conference, for example, and claimed mileage when they got back. So these two numbers are separate from those actuals.
Okay, so I do have a question then with regards to the conferences where it mentions on page 95, on page 62 of the budget, 2143 under training, it mentions this conference of 7,300 times 8 counselors, 9,600 for the REEV, which includes meals, mileage, accommodations, and registration. This is part of our policy, our remuneration policy, and that's where those numbers come from. And I'm just curious, are we spending the 7,300 times 8 counselors and the 9,600 for the REEV? I don't believe we are. Which then, of course, the numbers are in here because of our policy. But if we're not using that, I think we would need to bring back our policy to say, hey, you know what, we need to make some adjustments here if we're not using this money. And especially if we're looking for, as Councillor Hall mentioned, for the 130,000 for the gravel, this is an area that we can actually find quite a bit of cash in as well. And so when we talked about the amounts that we had last, not what I think that was the last variance report, we were half this, if I'm not mistaken. And so I think that this is another area that we should actually bring back our remuneration policy, have a good look at it and say, do we need this amount for our conferences? Do we need that kind of thing? Which then again would lower legislative services a lot. And as you mentioned, so the 12,500 that we have budgeted, the year to date is 4,571. Do I have that right?
Correct. That's for meals you mentioned, yes.
Okay, so one thing we're getting beat up on was a newspaper article that came out that says that our meals are catered for our meetings. Pardon me? Councilor? Oh, it's there's quite a conversation about it going on with regards to that particular article, which I wasn't interviewed on that one. I know I'm quoted in it, but that came from the meeting. But regardless, it's something that our meals are not catered, they're takeout, for one thing. So that's something that I was a little concerned when people are saying, oh, seriously, you have catered meals for your meetings? That doesn't happen. So I just wanted to clarify that for the public. And if we're only using $4,571, maybe we should be dropping the budget to 5,000 rather than 12,500, so that, you know, we've just found another $7,500 towards the gravel project. So we're up to 100 grand there already, folks. How does people feel about that? Yes? Okay. Councillor Stasia.
Did you get that? Would it be appropriate to, whatever the residual is at the year end, move that into reserves and then take it out of those reserves and shift it over to gravel exploration, as opposed to changing in the event that at some point in time we do need the $7,500 or $7,300. I mean, I don't have a problem with bringing it down to 5, but I'm wondering if we shouldn't perhaps just leave it there, and whatever the residual is, whether we don't use, if we don't use it all up, move the residual into reserves. So, because we're looking for reserves anyway at some places.
Mm-hmm.
Is it appropriate to pull some of those reserves and shift it over to some other reserves, say the gravel reserves or something like that? Or does it have to stay within that bracket or that category?
Well, I guess if you're asking me, as we talked about earlier for the policy itself, we can make those allocations when we have a surplus at the end of the year, we can make those allocations.
Okay.
But what my concern is the budget also determines our tax rates.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right? And so if we know we're not using that particular fund for that amount, I get a little bit concerned of saying, why are we padding it?
Yeah, I understand.
But that's where I'm at with that.
Okay. I'm in favor of.
Okay. Do we need to take a poll around this and see where everybody's at to actually throw our meals down to more of an actual item or an actual costs. Counselor Dalek? From 12.5 to 5?
Favor in decrease.
Okay,
I'm in favor of decreasing it,
Thank you.
even if I'm hungry.
Counselor Chisholm?
I'm in favor of decreasing.
I'm in favor.
Thank you.
I'm in favor of making it 0.
Okay,
I'm in favor of knocking it down, just due to the fact that, it's being very much discussed in the public right now that all of a sudden we're getting catered meals and everything like that out of just ridiculousness. And, so yes, let's just knock it down and go from there.
okay, thank you. You're for, Counselor Stacey? Okay,
Yeah, I'm for it, and I will be bringing my own lunches too, just because of my special diet. It does cost a little extra, whatever, so I'll be reducing mine personally to 0.
okay, so please make sure administration.
Yeah,
knows.
they do know.
Okay, cool, thank you.
As I said last time, I think 0 is a good number. We can bring our own lunches and
Okay, thank you. For sure, for anybody who's willing to bring their own lunches, please make sure you let, administration know. And this also includes, enough lunches that cover administration that are here for lunch as well, correct? This amount, yes, it's not just council. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Awesome. Okay, did that. Okay, are we able to go forward now? Where were we at? I don't think anybody else has anything with budget. So if we have a motion from,
Right. The director made a comment about travel, and I couldn't find where, like what, can you just clarify which GL number you were talking about there? When you said travel to 3,555?
It's under 210, 110, 00, 2143, so it would probably be under the 2143.
Sorry,
and that would be,
95, page 95 of 376.
Yep.
Under training.
yep,
And so it's in that first, it's in the first.
I believe the way the budget was built originally, the 73 and the 96, it's probably originally built in the one line item, but when you actually split it out between counselors, this money, like the portion for that's general and stuff, got split out separately. So you see like it's 00 instead of say 11, 12, 13, 14. So it's kind of split out. I don't have a variance in front of me, but I think when you see the variance, it's all under the 11, 12, 11 to 19 is not split. The budget actually not split out that way.
right.
But in the going forward, we can actually split out the budget. You'll see exactly like the 73 to 9,000 and this amount that you see in this detail here.
The mileage then under 2211, both for county council meetings and committee meetings, is that still a reasonable number? Given there seems to be a pattern of we've built in lots of cushion in those. Is that something we should also be reducing in our budget? Like, do we need $38,000 a year worth of travel?
The travel, like I do have travel and subsistence. I mean, that varies per counselor because as you're aware, some counselors farther away. Some counselors might go to 1 or 2 conferences, some might go to none. So that number kind of varies, but I mean, I guess we'd have to give a true and accurate answer. We'd probably have to look at a couple years actuals, do a real comparison. Like, I mean, this year, for example, could be a one-off from 2024 or previous years. So I'm hesitant to say that it's true, but I mean, I could say that the numbers are based on the travel back and forth, say to meetings or to a conference, but to say reduce the budget because this year is lower. I mean, next year might be like a snowfall, for example. Last year we hardly had like not a lot of snowfall. This year we got snow every other day. So it's kind of.
Well, and exactly, FCM is happening this year. It's in Edmonton. So I would imagine a lot of counselors will be attending since it's so close. So there will be a few other things that are coming up for sure.
Just for clarity, that would go up to 2143, not 2211.
Right, but there would still be, right, you're right. Mileage is under the training, the 2143. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it would be really interesting to see if we can't do some shaving here on these. And again, we would have to bring back the remuneration policy to deal with the 7,300 for conference and the 9,600. Those two, I don't believe we're anywhere close to spending that. And if I'm not mistaken, it was nearly half when we talked about it last time.
Madam Chair, we can look at probably the last 2 or 3 years and see where we ended up, and that will kind of give us a better picture before we do like make a cut or whatever, and that way get more informed like where budget maybe should be.
Awesome. That would be fantastic. And then we would know what to do with our policy as well. So that's a good exercise, I think. If you have time for that, that would be great. And yeah, make our legislative budget look a little more towards the actual rather than a high estimate. All right. Are we ready, folks? We have to make a motion here. Who would like to own the motion? Counselor Stasiak would like to move that council amend the interim 2026 operating and capital budgets and 2026-2030 operating and capital plans with the additional changes as presented and discussed. If that works for everyone, if we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Do we have any opposed? One opposed, 8 and 1. All righty. So we can now go to, it's 25-2, so let's hammer through some of these bylaws before we break for lunch. If we can look at. And oh, just before we go on, thanks again, administration. I know you guys have been working extremely hard at this, and we really appreciate the work that you're doing to help the help with the budget and help us make some decisions that we need to make. So thank you. We are on page 134, I believe. I just have to find it because I mixed up my pages. Bear with me. There we go. All right, the land use amendment bylaw. This was from our public hearing this morning. So on page 134 of your agenda package, and we have a recommendation here to give second and third reading. So I would just like to ask administration while you're here if there's anything that you would like to discuss regarding the report.
Madam Chair, members of council, as you said, we did hold a public hearing earlier in the meeting. I just wanted to bring to your attention page 143 of your agenda. District for the district regulations and the uses for the recreation commercial. So again, you know, the land use bylaw amendment and the rezoning is kind of the first process into allowing the landowner or the applicant to then apply for a development permit. So all those uses listed under the permitted column, if there is no variance to the regulations, for example, setbacks, those can be approved by the development officers and there's no notification to adjacent landowners. Those listed under discretionary use, those are items that would be advertised in the paper if a permit would be applied for. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. That was on page 141, correct? Yep.
143.
143. Sorry, I'm looking at the other ones. Okay. Here we go. The discretionary use, the deleted bylaw. Okay. Thank you very much. All right, does council want to have any further discussion before we go into second reading? Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
I'd be willing to move second reading.
Okay. If everybody's ready for that, Councillor Hall would like to give second reading of bylaw 032-2025 land use bylaw amendment for lot 4, block 1, plan 03260006 from country residential CR1 district to recreation commercial C4 district. If there's no further discussion and we're ready for second reading, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? None, thank you. Second reading has passed. If we're ready to go into third reading, anybody would like, Deputy Reeve Minns would like to give third and final reading of bylaw 032-2025 land use bylaw amendment for lot 4, block 1, plan 03260006 from country residential CR1 district to recreation commercial C4 district. If we're ready for that, if there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Do we have any opposed? And that passes. Thank you very much. 7.2 is a repealing area structure plan bylaw. It's on page 145 of your package. This one is asking us to give first reading for the bylaw to allow for a public hearing. I know this one has come back to us. It's with regards to our area structure plans, the 3 area structure plans for, if I'm not mistaken, Baptiste Lake, Skeleton Lake, and Island Lake that have been in existence for some time. Is there any discussion with this before we Go ahead, please, Councillor Chisholm.
Yeah, after reading this and realizing that we actually had a plan, it's the Skeleton Lake one that I have issues with, so I don't want to see this repealed, as this plan should have been used. Or I don't know why it hasn't been used. I believe it's probably been forgotten, but when you look at it, it has some really good information and stuff that shouldn't have been done for the health of the lake. And Skeleton Lake is a smaller lake. And at this point in time, there was a lot of people that have concerns over this lake. So to repeal this would be something that I would not be in favor of.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
So procedurally, we put first reading on the table so that we can open the discussion around it. And then ideally you'd hear from the public and kill it at first or second reading, or amend it, or split the vote, and if there's a piece we don't like. But I would urge everyone to vote in favor of first reading, because that's actually what puts it on the floor for discussion and allows us to hear from the residents who are around the lake and those impacted by these plans. So I think we should hear from all those people through a public hearing, and that's really all this does, is it lays it on the floor so that we can then have the public hearing and hear from
Thank you.
residents.
I hear what you're saying, but there's also options here that council has, and one of them is to allow administration to gather more information on this. And that's kind of where I'm leaning. I'm not sure I necessarily want to go into a public hearing right off the bat without understanding completely what we're looking at. I know it mentions in the report about IGPs were created for these three areas. However, IDPs don't take place, don't replace area structure plans. I'm also concerned as well. I mean, we had the public hearing not too long ago with regards to Skeleton Lake, and it was a very lively hearing. And we know that there is great concern there. So I'm also concerned about why the area structure plans were not followed. You know, I get it, they're older, but they definitely identified a lot of the concerns that were already brought forward. And, you know, like I mentioned, the IDPs, they don't replace the area structure plans. And I know area structure plans aren't statutory, but we do have them. And I don't know if that is a part and parcel now. They were kind of the municipal development plan when it was updated, if it kind of overtook the area structure plans, but they should have, for me, been amalgamated within. And we're supposed to be reviewing those area structure plans. So, and I also wonder if it doesn't give us an opportunity to talk to our neighbors as well about the area structure plans that they understand were in place. As far as Uwatha and Bondus, and I know they also have concerns with regards to the area. So I'm not sure, like, if we can get some more information from administration on this with regards to what happened with the area structure plans, how do they, you know, how are they impacted with the municipal development plan? What is it going to take to possibly review them, update them? You know, I'm really curious. I have a lot of questions surrounding them. So I'm wondering if we can't bring that back for a conversation. I don't know how everybody else feels.
I would like to see us table it and get some more information on it before we go into a first reading. And I do think some time for, like, it was a heated discussion back in October, I believe.
Okay. So that's the motion you'd like to put forward, is that one of the options that council may wish to table bylaw 001/2026, which allows administration to gather information that council deems necessary to make a decision.
I do.
Okay. So tabling motions.
Specifically, what information? Can like just what are we?
I want to know when and
We can't
if,
send them on.
Sorry?
sorry.
Like we need to be specific. We say, please go gather more information. It'd be nice to.
Well, the information is, has anything been done with this action? Have we even, and I know council probably hasn't even been here for 5 years, but I know when talking to Miawatha, like, they're not even really knowing about this plan as well. So if this plan was developed for the county and Miawatha, why haven't we done our due diligence to use this and to protect that lake? And like, I don't know what else, I guess, for information, but I just don't want us to see us go into a repeal, so maybe I need time to look at this and figure out what we need to do as well, so
Well, I
I
know.
do want it tabled.
Go ahead, please, Deputy Mins.
So one thing when I started reading a little bit about this and trying to figure it out and everything, because it's gonna affect the lakes around Division 8 also. And I could see it being a little bit bigger uproar than what we're thinking. Is what do we use now? If we didn't use this area structure plan, what do we use? That's the information I'm looking for, like being the area structure plan was there, and if it wasn't used, what did we use? Do we have something that takes place of the, if we rescind these bylaws, do we have something that takes place of the area structure plan as newer, or what do we use now?
Well, we use the MGA, we use the municipal development plan, land use bylaw, and the intermunicipal development plans as well.
Okay, so that could be some of the information that maybe council needs to see is, okay, this area structure plan had this, but now we use this instead. Like, so I guess it's to justify the reasoning of removing the area structure plan, because that's going to be the first thing that people are going to ask is, okay, so now you've removed this, what are you going to use? And we have to be able to answer that. So
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. In my personal opinion, I'm disappointed that the area structure plans were kind of just shelved. And all these other areas, because an intermunicipal development plan does not replace an area structure plan. They're two totally different documents. One's a high level collaborative document on the borders of shared borders. And area structure plans are actually, the different areas, not necessarily with a shared border. So I struggle with that. I would really like to know what the cost would be to sit down, review these area structure plans and update them. I would like to know what the cost and the time would be. Would that happen through a consultant? Would that happen through administration? Would that happen through council? I don't know what that project would entail. Do we have time this year to do that? But I'm not crazy about just saying, okay, well, we had an area structure plan. They look like they've been well done. And then all of a sudden we're using other documents rather than those. So I struggle with that. And I think we owe it to our residents to say, hey, you know what? We really need to understand these. And we really need to know what it's going to take to either, if we're going to keep them, then what it's going to take to review it, what it's going to cost, et cetera, et cetera. So I would like to get a report back from administration on what that looks like.
I'm glad this came to the table because unfortunately, it would seem like the structure plan hasn't been used and creating that overdevelopment of that particular lake. So again, this information I think that we need to get to make sure if it goes to a first reading and a public hearing, that we have all the information that we need before we proceed.
I agree. Councillor Stacey.
I agree as well, but perhaps the reason that we haven't been using it, if we haven't, is, in my opinion, is because we can't read the damn thing. Like I don't know about any of you guys, but I can't see it.
It was very tough to read, yes.
You read it?
I read it.
You can bring it up online and expand it.
No, I can't actually. I
Oh, you
tried,
couldn't?
it just gets fuzzy on the screen.
Was it? Okay.
So-
Yeah.
Like this.
Well, okay, I was gonna get a seeing eye dog and maybe he could help.
Yes.
Yeah, if we can, is that a possibility that we can somehow get those pages expanded so I can read it? How did it end up
We
being
could,
so small?
we could try to help you out after the meeting, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I don't
All
know
right,
what
so
I
I think
got.
we have a tabling motion.
Wait a minute.
I think. Okay, thank you, but I think we have information on what we wanted to bring back from administration. Administration knows what we're looking for. Councillor DeHollick?
Yeah, and I think that's what causes so much confusion with the lake people and stuff, and even myself, you got this, you got another document. We gotta make every document, compatible. Okay, so
Yeah.
let's do that.
Okay, thank you. So it's a tabling motion right? And I believe Councillor Chisholm would like to table bylaw 001/2026 to allow administration to gather information that council deems necessary to make a decision. So is everybody understanding the motion? We're ready for that. All those in favor? And opposed? So we have 7 and 2. Thank you. Alrighty, item 7.3 is a plan cancellation bylaw 002/2026, page 219 of your agenda package. There we go. So we have first, second, and possibly third reading recommended for the plan cancellation bylaw. This is impacting, I believe it's Division 7, if I'm not mistaken. So if I would like to turn it over to administration, if they have any comments on the report.
Madam Chair, members of council, the plan cancellation bylaw is for a property that it's located in the hamlet of Atmore. The hamlet? Oh, okay, sorry. And so with the plan cancellation, what it would do, it would be consolidate the 4 parcels essentially into one cohesive parcel, which would facilitate future development of the site.
Okay. So does everybody go ahead, please? All right. We are just ready for the first reading. Councillor Chambliss would like to give a first reading to bylaw 002/2026. If everybody's ready for that, all those in favor? Do we have any opposed? No opposed, so first reading is passed. Would we like to go on to give second reading of bylaw 002/2026? Councillor Chambliss would like to go forward to give second reading of bylaw 002/2026. If we're ready for the vote, or is there any discussion? Go ahead, please, Councillor DeHolt.
I'm really. Yeah, I got it now. Those lots, was there a service station on that lot at one time? Is that next to the store? It's yeah, I'm a little confused. I don't know where the okay, this would be north.
It'd be, I think it'd be west of the store.
I'm still I still that's no. I'm thinking there might have been, is that, do you know where the Atmore store was in relation to this map?
Madam Chair, members of council, it is right beside the Atmore store.
Okay, well, there was a bulk service station there. We had, I believe we had a monitor there. So has that all been cleaned up?
Madam Chair, members of council, there's nothing on title that shows any outstanding. And of course, the applicant has their due diligence of ensuring that the site is ready for development at the time of development permit application.
So any type of environmental checks, all those things, that's up to the developer. Yeah. Do you have any further?
So, yeah, but I understood we were monitoring it. The county was, could that be right?
We didn't find anything in the land file that pertained to that.
Okay, I'm satisfied if the owner is, or the property owner is gonna do his own.
Okay, so on the point of giving second reading, are we ready to go? Okay, Councillor Chambliss would like to give second reading of bylaw 002/2026. We're ready for the vote. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9 and 0. To go to third reading, we need unanimous consent. Deputy Reeve Minns would like to give unanimous consent to submit bylaw 002/2026 for third and final reading. If we're all in favor or ready for the vote, all in favor? And I see no opposed, none opposed, so we can go forward. Thank you to third reading. Who would like to give third reading? Deputy Reeve Minns would like to go forward to give third reading of bylaw 002/2026. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? No opposed, 9 and 0, that one passes. And I think I saw Ms. Ford drop off some lunch, so I think it's now time to break for lunch if we could, please, and return at 12:25. Yep, there we go. Okay, we've reconvened our meeting from our lunch break. We are on item 7.4, which is on page 224 of your agenda package. And it is with regards to the land use bylaw amendment bylaw 003 2026. And I'll turn it over to administration if you'd like to discuss report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. So proposed bylaw 003 2026 is to amend Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 1020781 from the Light Industrial District to Heavy Industrial District. The proposed rezoning is to facilitate future development on the lot to be compliant with our land use bylaw. This property is within the hamlet of Wandering River with access from Township Road 720. Lot 1 is within the growth node policy overlay according to our municipal development plan, and that overlay represents existing concentrations of commercial, light and heavy industrial development and or areas that County Council has identified as having growth potential as employment centers. Figure 8.1 of the hamlet of Wandering River Area Structure Plan identifies this area for future heavy industrial development, which supports the proposal. And just so council is aware, the land use bylaw identifies the purpose of the heavy industrial district to permit opportunities of heavy industrial and manufacturing uses appropriate for rural locations as determined by the county.
Awesome. Thank you very much. We are asked to give first reading of this particular bylaw, and then that gives us the opportunity, gives the public the opportunity for a public hearing. Do we have a motion for this one? Anybody would like to go forward with it? Yep, you'd like, Councillor DeHollick would like to give first reading of bylaw 003 2026 land use bylaw amendment for Lot 1, Block 1, Plan 1020781 from light industrial M1 district to heavy industrial M2 district, and to direct administration to schedule and advertise the public hearing on February 12th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. for bylaw 003 2026. So if we're ready for to vote, all those in favor?
Are you going to ask if there's any discussion?
Sure, we can have any discussion. I
We
just figured.
discussed other one.
Yep, sure.
So the question I had for Min was, in your opinion, are the permitted uses compatible with the adjacent uses? In this circumstance?
Madam Chair.
Given the things that change between the two, because it's already M1.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of council, if you go to page 227 of your agenda package, which is Schedule A of the proposed bylaw. So just north of Township Road 720 is some what we would consider heavy industrial uses. And we do recognize that to the west, there is east. I don't know why that is so difficult for me. I'm so sorry. To the east, there is a residential development, but as you can see, Lot 1 is kind of, there is a little bit of a buffer from the Northwest 367117 quarter section in between. And so administration can always include provisions and conditions of a permit application to ensure that there's proper buffer. So to answer the question, we do believe that it is appropriate in this area.
Thank you. Anybody else? So I think go ahead, please, Councillor DeHollick.
Just a quick question.
But if you
Bulk
could-
fuel. Bulk fuel. How far does it have to be from residential? Is there if you don't know, that's fine.
Yeah.
So I don't either.
Madam Chair, we can get that answer. I don't know, but quite honestly, I believe it's not much of a setback anymore.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, good. Thank you.
But we can certainly have that ready when it comes
Yeah.
back for public hearing.
But also I would say it's irrelevant because it's already permitted. You're not adding bulk fuel because it's already allowed. I would be happy to give first reading.
Thank you. So after, I'm assuming after first reading, we will be discussing the pros and the cons of it. Or is there any room for discussion at this point? And maybe we may not want first reading even at all.
Yeah, you can go ahead and have a conversation now. Yep.
Okay, I just would like to point out that I'm not in favor of this road closure here, as it is transferring frontage from a lake over to private property. And I think it's more important that we keep that buffer as in most cases wherever we can. I don't mind a partial road closure, but if you look at the drawing, that diagonal portion of it gives substantially more lake access to the landowner adjacent to it. And I'm not sure that over some length of time that that's not going to come back and haunt us.
If I may obtain clarification, I don't think it goes into private ownership, or can it go into private one?
Madam Chair, members of council, if we go to page 240 of your agenda, the proposed road closure area is highlighted in yellow. To the west is Crown Land, and that's just adjacent to Amos Lake. So the purpose of the road closure, once the road closure, if approved, proceeds, it would be consolidated with lot 1, block 1. So there would still be that portion of Crown Land that buffers between Amos Lake and the property.
Go ahead, please, Councilor Steve.
Actually, that would be on the east portion of the road closure is what you're talking about, Crown Land. But my point is starting at the diagonal along the edge of the lake is that's that lot owner's access in a sense, because as it stands now, he doesn't have direct access other than on foot. And this would all, if it did go and revert back to that particular lot, it would create direct access to the lake for him. Go ahead.
Councilor Hall?
This is really about cleaning up a problem from the past. And so the landowner previously owned the Alberta Conservation Association lands as well and had lakefront access, as you can see further down.
Right.
And they, took off an acreage. And at the time the buildings, time the buildings were built, there's some that are probably too close to the property line. And so this is about fixing that stuff. It's not about somebody trying to grab lakefront, because they had lakefront and they gave it up. It's about solving that problem, and the simplest way to solve the problem is to close a tiny portion of the road allowance, which, let's face it, terminates in the water, so it's never going to be developed anyway. It seems very reasonable to solve the problem this way, and as much as in general, I would also object to closing roads, this is a reasonable choice in this circumstance.
Thank you. Go ahead, please, Councilor Capitani.
Yeah, I would just elaborate a bit on Councilor Hall, just because this has come before us for a while, and I'm just really happy to see us finally at this point. This property was donated, I believe, to the Alberta Conservation Association, and in doing so, I think that just shows that they were not looking to, change the classification, build a lodge or make any kind of business there, and I do believe that they're the remaining landowner is a senior citizen who's likely going to, can't decide what their choices will be, but we could see that all becoming part of the Conservation Association as well, potentially in the future.
Fair enough, but keeping in mind though that if he's a senior at this point, it might be somebody else owning it later.
He's
But-
passed away.
Okay, well, no, I understand the point. I'm okay with that. I just wanted clarification more than anything.
And there, of course, is more conversation to happen if we have a public hearing as well, for sure. Yep, Councilor or Deputy Reedmans.
Just wonder, being it's brought up, is there a way of do we need to take an ER in front of it?
Madam Chair, members of council, typically we would take environmental reserve at the time of subdivision, which potentially at the consolidation point we can, but the environmental reserve would then allow for public access to the lake, and it would be county-owned land that we would have to essentially maintain and ensure that there is well, it would become county and land. What we could do is do an easement on it to ensure and proper setbacks to make sure that no development is adjacent to the lake that could have effects, negative effects on the lake at the time of development.
Okay.
So satisfy everybody? Alrighty, so on the first reading, Counselor Chisholm would like to give first reading of road closure bylaw. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I totally, yep. Must have been the chicken finger. If we're ready for the vote then on the first reading and the public hearing, all those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. 9-0. Alrighty. Excuse me, 7.6, bylaw 007/2026. This is the Public Workshop Facility Borrowing Bylaw, page 243 of your agenda package. This again is to give first reading as presented. And I understand it also, we would also have to determine a special council meeting date on this one. So I'd like to turn it over to administration if I may for.
You like. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of council. As you're aware, before you is a borrowing bylaw to borrow $5.5 million for the new public workshop facility. It is inclusive of purchasing the property as well as other capital upgrades that are required to make it appropriate for the county's operations. Borrowing bylaws, because this one is a long-term borrowing greater than 5 years, we are required to advertise, and it does provide a 15-day petition period from the last day of advertisement. So what that means is if individuals are against the borrowing, they may sign a petition representing 10% of the population. And if that were to be successful, you council would have to decide whether or not to proceed with the bylaw. And if you choose to decide, you would go to a plebiscite vote. In terms of a special council meeting, that is accurate because of the timelines that are required between giving the bylaw readings, provided there's no petition that is received, and waiting out a 30-day period before we can apply for the lending or the borrowing. The timelines just don't add up perfectly. So we would recommend a special council meeting be scheduled to do that. I would suggest, however, if I may, that council may wish to confirm that a petition hasn't yet been received after the advertising period.
Before we book a special meeting, is it?
Yes, thank you.
Alrighty. Okay, does anybody have any comments, questions? Go ahead, please, Councillor Stacey.
Thank you. Was any part of that 5.5 segregated out as a contingency of any sort? Like, do we have estimates for the fence, for the lighting, the cameras and so on? Or is it just a rough idea what we anticipate it may cost?
Through the chair. So some of the items we have contacted suppliers and got rough estimates for the fencing, lighting, etc. The salt storage facility, we won't have a number until it's tendered out. So the number is a best guess based off other provincial I guess infrastructure that we've seen done in the past. So yeah, we do have some quotes on some of the things, but some of it's best guess.
Essentially a rough guess what you kind of anticipate.
Yeah, and we really haven't added any contingencies on top of that, other than, we feel that there's a contingency within the 1 point or the salt storage estimate.
Okay, and the other question I had way back yet, and I can bring that up again, is there consideration for different financing numbers in terms of time? Like if it's 5 years as opposed to 10, as opposed to 15, is there any place where you can tell us, can we afford to pay it off in less years?
Madam Chair, what we did, we looked at, there's various loan rates. This loan is from government of Alberta. So current rates, the interest rate's going to change like monthly basically. But we looked at the current interest rates for the time, and right now the current interest rates, we looked at the various years. So what we did, and I'll give you some examples, like a 10-year, for example, loan would be 5.5 million and we'd pay 1.1 million in interest. And the interest rate there would be 3.62. 15-year loan would be same 5.5, but we end up paying 1.8 million in interest. So almost 700,000 extra, and the interest rate would be 4.03. And then the other option we looked at was a 25-year loan. Interest rate would be 4.46, and over those 25 years, we end up paying 3.679 million in interest. So we kind of took, I guess we kind of looked at middle of the road and took 15 years. The interest rate's not too bad. Plus, it affects the payment. Like when you do the payment, so the loan itself is a capital project, but then every year the payment is going to go on your operating budget. So like the payment, yeah, and basically it's split biannually. You get 2 payments each year. So like we looked at the payment and looked at the loan interest rate and the interest to determine, and that's where we got 15. So like a payment, say for 10 years would be like 660,000 a year versus 15 years, the current payment with the current interest rate. It raised slightly since our bylaw would be roughly 492 a year. And then 25 years would be, I guess, roughly 371 a year. So we kind of looked at all those factors, and like the higher the payment, of course, you mean we either got to cut something or we're going to have to raise our mill rate taxes to get that additional money. So that's kind of where we landed on, was the 15 years. That's kind of why we chose 15 years.
So as I read it somewhere in this program here, that it is being paid for through taxation. So is that a taxation that's going to be added to everybody outside of the budget, or that taxation refers to what's already in the budget?
When it says taxation, that's basically, it'll be another line item. It'll be an additional line item on our budget, and it is, we did build into this current budget that you saw this morning. So it'd be a line item on the budget. The payment and principal would be separated out. And what happens basically at the end of the year, the payment portion goes over to capital, but the payment would be on there. So it would have a direct effect on taxation, unless, the only other option is like you'd have to use reserves.
Okay.
To be clear, it's just part of the municipal budget.
Yes.
There's no separate line on your tax bill.
Oh, no, yeah.
That's what I thought.
No.
Okay. Okay. Is there any other, go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
So I'm not sure if I understood the comment correctly, but is the payment already included in the current budget, a payment estimate?
I believe there is a payment estimate. I believe we put in 440, so it's going to be slightly changed, but we expect in the year of the loan, in the year of the issue, we expect that there's only going to be one payment. So that payment may not be correct, but if they do, depending when they issue, they may take us 2 payments, but generally I've only seen, usually they take 1 payment in a year, but we did build into the 2026 budget.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the second question, can administration share with us how discussions with employees are going regarding the impact on their jobs before we make this leap?
Impact, I'm sorry, on the.
Impact on their jobs, because we're going to be telling, there'll be a number of people that will be relocated to the new facility, and that certainly will impact the organization. And this question had come up before, is something we were concerned about, are you able to give us just how's it being received?
Madam Chair, we do intend to engage staff very soon. We just talked about it yesterday. Planning it to talk about scenarios, a meeting with staff to talk about the concerns. We believe we'll be able to mitigate those concerns against when they weigh them against current working conditions. Unfortunately, our shop is it's barely hanging on. It's like a waterfall in there some days right now because of the snow, and it's pretty dreadful. So there's a plan to meet with staff and try to figure something out. It's certainly disruptive if you were hired and your work location is one place and then the county changes your work location. Yeah, there's some consideration there.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go Go ahead, please,
Yes,
Director Morton.
Madam Chair, just some of the feedback we've gotten has all been pretty positive so far.
Oh, that's awesome.
Just so that council knows that it is a topic of discussion. We do plan to engage, but the feedback from staff has been pretty positive so far.
That's fantastic. Thank you. All right, anybody else? Who would like to give first reading? Counselor Stasiak would like to give first reading that bylaw, or pardon me, that bylaw 007-2026 be given first reading as presented. And if we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? And are there any opposed? Opposed? So we have 7 and 1 on this one. With regards to the special meeting, just looking ahead quickly at the calendar and the different items that are happening. I understand there is a Waste Commission meeting that on the 9th, Water Commission meeting on the 10th, Farm Women's on the 5th, the Law Seminar on the 6th. So I'm wondering if 2:30 or 3 o'clock of a Zoom meeting would work for the second and third reading. Do you think Zoom would be okay? On the 9th, February 9th, approximately 2:30 or 3 o'clock. I asked Deputy Reeve Minns, normally the Waste Commission doesn't go much past.
I know we're planning to discuss policy.
Yeah.
You can't do the 9th? Oh, I didn't realize FCSS was also happening on the 9th.
We
Okay,
might not have to.
Well, there's question marks, so I can confirm that.
We might not have to make a special meeting. If
Oh.
there's no, we might not have to make a special meeting if there's no.
the 15-day petition period ends on
Can
the
you put your
4th.
mic on when you talk, Rob?
Madam Chair and members of council, that's right. So we will be advertising January 13th and January 20th, and then starting the next day is commencement of the 15-day petition period, which will conclude on February 4th, which means that after that time, council can give set further readings, provided there's no petition that's been filed, and that further readings can be given between February 5th or February 11th. So there's a window there. It's just unfortunate that the February 12th meeting it's just one day too short. So.
Yeah. And it sounds like the 9th is a full house, so the Water Commission, is it the Water Commission? Meeting is on the 10th at 9:30, if I'm not mistaken, according to our calendar. So we're just trying to figure out a date for we can pass this today.
6th, it's Law Seminar.
Yeah.
Is there a reason we can't do a special meeting earlier on the 10th, like at 8:45? Like if we're doing it by Zoom, sign in, do it. This is not going to be a 2-hour meeting.
Yeah.
No, our Water Commission meeting can move to the February 3rd.
Oh, big no. Okay, so the 10th is,
Water Commission to the 3rd?
okay, so February 10th is open, folks. I propose maybe 9 o'clock on a Zoom on the 10th, if that works for everybody. Rather than everybody piling in here, if it's just really short discussion, we can do a virtual. All right, so do we have a motion to create a special meeting on February 10th at 9 a.m.? Councillor Callahu would like to make that motion for special meeting on February 10th, 9 a.m. via Zoom. If everybody's ready for the vote, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? Special meeting it is. Awesome. Just make a note here. 9 a.m. Zoom. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Item 7.7 bylaw 008-2026 schedule of fees, page 248 of your agenda package. This as well as to give all 3 readings if it's possible today. This bylaw does include our utility fees, as I noticed in the report, but would you like to go ahead and present, please? Ms.
Sure.
McConnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of council. This is a updated schedule of fee bylaw for 2026. It does propose to take effect February 1st, provided, of course, readings are given before then. So starting in 2025 was the first year that we have consolidated all of our fees from various policies and other bylaws into a single schedule of fee bylaw. As Reeve mentioned, it does exclude the utility rates that are established in a separate bylaw, but what the goal is to have a single source of information for all of the county's fees. So what's before you would be like the second version of that refreshed for 2026. And so when council passed the bylaw in 2025, since that time, there have been a few changes through different policies that are noted in the background that have been incorporated along with the campground fees that council recently approved the changes to. In addition to those changes, administration is recommending slight amendments to the fire and emergency services fees, which are provided in Schedule B, and then omitting the airport landing fee for commercial landing. But other than that, there have been no other changes to the fee schedule, just changes to the format and the schedules just to help with readability and usability. Yeah, and there are further reports that I could talk about after about some of those other cascading changes as a result of bringing these all together. But I am happy to answer any further questions that council may have.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any comments, questions? Counselor Stasiak and then Counselor DeHoller.
Thank you. I'm looking at that page and at the bottom of the page, it shifts over to 249. And there's a category that talks about removing the temporary backsloping compensation provided to landowners. I was under the assumption through ABS that is was just a common thing to reimburse the farmers that were doing their own thing. How does that relate to the fee?
Madam Chair, members of council. So what I meant by removing it is I removed it from the schedule of fees bylaw because it's not a fee that the county imposes or collects. Rather, it's a fee that is paid to the landowner. So that fee, that payment is still contemplated under that policy and it still remains as it was. That hasn't been changed. It's just we're making sure that the fees only represent what we charge for the services that we provide.
Thank you.
Okay, Counselor DeHoller and then Deputy Reeve Mins.
I'm just wondering how many commercial flights there are that were canceling the landing fees for. Does anybody have a rough idea?
We'd have to get you that number. I don't think it's a lot.
Okay, if it's not a lot, I'm fine.
Deputy Reeve Mins and then Counselor Hall, pardon me.
So we're not charging anymore to land and take off at the airport?
Proposed?
Yeah.
If I may, the schedule has no fees associated with landing for any of the types of aircraft that we using the airport. The only fees I believe for the airport would be the fuel fees and a surcharge that the county would, but I'll find the page and just confirm that.
Yeah, because the biggest thing, so we won't have to pay somebody to listen to the tapes and go to sleep.
That
Counselor Hall.
was part of the discussion a few weeks ago was, is the cost of collecting the fee worth more than the fee? And I don't care. And I wouldn't be interested in wasting admin's time to go for that number. They've obviously done the work and determined that what we collect in fees the cost of getting it outweighs the cost of getting it in.
I'm sorry, Brian. I thought it was just the commercial fees and I believe that's what Melanie, but that's fine. I'm okay.
Go ahead, please, Ms. McConnell.
Madam Chair, it's on page 258 of your agenda. So the landing fees would propose to be no fees. There are lease lot rental fees that are outlined in the schedule. And then, as I mentioned, some fuel surcharges.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Or is there anyone else? Okay, so if we are ready for first reading, who would like to? Counselor Chamzik? Would you like to give first reading to bylaw 008/2026? That's where I was looking. Sorry, if that works, if we're all ready for the vote, any discussion? All those in favor? Are there any opposed? No opposed, thank you. Who would like second reading? Counselor DeHoller would like to move that bylaw 008/2026 be given a second reading. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9 and 0. Before we move to third reading, would someone like to give motion for unanimous consent? Deputy Reeve Mins would like to say that bylaw 008/2026 be submitted for third reading with unanimous consent of all those present. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9-0. Who would like to give third reading?
Sure.
Deputy Reeve Mins would like to give third reading to bylaw 008/2026. If we're all ready for that vote, no discussion. All those in favor? And any opposed? 9-0. Thank you. Item 7.8 is bylaw 009/2026, the fee amending bylaw. Page 275 of your agenda package. And again, this is to go for 3 readings. It says some repealing, but yeah, bylaw 009/2026 and various policy amendments, schedule of fees. If Ms. McConnell would like to present the report, that'd be great, please, and thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of council. So this is what I would consider to be a bit of a housekeeping report, bylaw and policy changes. As I mentioned, bringing together all of the fees in a single bylaw, there was an opportunity to enact other changes, whether that be in the associated bylaws or policies, so that they will always then refer back to that master schedule of fees bylaw. So that's what this report, the bylaw and policy changes, are attempting to achieve. So I did provide for you as an attachment, rather than all of the different bylaws that are being amended, just a summary of what those specific items are that are being changed. So I hope that was helpful. And other than that, I don't have anything else to add unless there are any questions that I could answer.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And this, it was very helpful. I appreciate that. Does anyone have any questions? You're moving first reading. Councillor Chamzik would like to give first reading to bylaw 009/2026. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9-0. We can move into second reading. Councillor Callahu would like to move that bylaw 009/2026 be given second reading. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9-0. Before we move to third reading, we need unanimous consent. Councillor Kapitaniak would like to move that bylaw 009/2026 be submitted for third reading with unanimous consent of all those present. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9-0. Third reading. Councillor Chisholm would like to give third reading to bylaw 009/2026. If we're all in favor for the vote, all those in favor? Any opposed? 9-0. Thank you very much. Item 7.9, our final bylaw for today, is on page 293 of your agenda package, bylaw 010/2026. This is, sorry, planning. Hi.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. There are 2 other motions, one dealing with the repealing of the policies, and then the other is to approve the policy amendments.
I apologize.
Thank you.
I was all excited just to keep going. And thank you for catching that. I apologize. All right, folks. So yes, on page 275, many apologies, to repeal the following policies: policy 2131, 7202, 7401, 7630, 3434, and 3439. Who would like to make the motion for Deputy Reeve Mins would like to make that motion to repeal those bylaws we just read? If anyone, or bylaws, policies, the policy numbers I just mentioned. Are we ready for the vote, or is there any discussion? If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9-0. And then the other item is to approve the following policy amendments on page 275. They're listed here for policy 3825, policy 3831, policy 3245, policy 3437, and policy 3525. The following amendments that were made. Does anybody have any discussion with regards to those amendments? Please go ahead, Councillor Stacey.
What page was the fees bylaw on? Because I'm looking at the first one with policy 3825. I had a little bit of concern about that because it talks about the first beaver problem removal, is at no charge, and then subsequent ones are $50 beyond. And I have a little issue with that. I think that it's not the farmer's obligation to blow beaver dams in with the outside of his jurisdiction. It's actually my belief that it's municipalities' issue to do plugging control or ditch debris removal, whether it's a beaver dam or trees or grass or whatever, correct?
In section 5.
What page is the, I did read it before, it's just, I know, but where's the page that has the fee schedules? Because that's where it's itemized somewhere.
So on page 282, it mentions what the section currently reads and then mentions the resulting amendment. So it currently reads that each subsequent request of that same calendar year will be charged a $50 fee for service or at the discretion of the CAO or designate. Payment must be made at the county office to Agricultural Services or ASB Problem Wildlife Specialist by the landowner requesting the flood control services before any work will be done. And then the amendment follows that. Each of subsequent request of that same calendar year will be charged a fee for service as per the schedule of fees bylaw or at the discretion of the CAO or designate. And I believe the schedule of fees bylaw.
Sorry, what is it?
Counselor, 259.
Yeah. Thank you. So if we go to 259,
Things changing except where the numbers recorded.
down at the bottom, the agricultural programs, the beaver flood control, second and subsequent requests are $50 each.
Right, okay, and so is that appropriate? Because my concern there, and I'm involved in a lot of times with this, because we live in an area that the creek runs through our property, and the staff that goes out there, there are times where they just go and pull a few sticks out, and I don't know if they make it to the end of the road, the beavers have it plugged again. And I can deal with it, but I don't think I'm actually allowed to go and mess around in the creek with a backhoe and just dig it out and get it over with. And so I'm a bit concerned that for some of these farmers, I could understand if it was on their own private property and they wanted beaver control there, that's a different game. But when it comes to the channel itself, farmers really should not have any jurisdiction in that channel. I think it's the responsibility of either a government, whether it be municipal or provincial. And I do know that other municipalities do charge for every stick of dynamite that they use. And my opinion only, hopefully others too, it's not appropriate. I don't think. My thoughts.
Go ahead, please, to Councillor.
Just to clarify, so you think there should be no charge?
Correct.
Can I bring us back to the question at hand though, which is not the policy in that sense? The question in front of us is, do we amend the policy to make reference to the schedule of fees bylaw, which we've already approved? If you don't think the policy makes sense, then that's something to take to strategic planning and say, hey, I think this policy doesn't make sense. We should, make blowing up beaver dams free, or we should charge admission, we could all watch, like whatever that is. But that's a different, but this question in front of us is, do we amend the policy to be worded in a way that it reflects back to the schedule of fees? That's all that's in front of us today. So we're off track if we start, like, whether we agree with who pays for it, that's not today's topic.
Go ahead, please, Councillor Chamzik.
And we also have an ASB meeting on the 14th.
My concern was that this year, my concern was that if we are approving something here, it might negate what our policy is over there. What? The fees, but this year's is an addition, isn't it?
No, it's
an amendment.
It's all the same.
No changes. All it is doing is taking the word $50 from the policy and saying, refer to the schedule of fees.
Okay, okay, yeah, just, different area. Okay, thank you.
So it's making all the stuff we're doing line up because you.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, we're all good? Okay. Does anybody else have any further comments or concerns with regards to the amendments? Okay, who would like to make the motion to approve the amendments? Councillor Callahoo would like to go forward to approve the following. Well, I'm not going to read them all, but let's start this again. To approve the policy amendments as discussed, as presented. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Are there any opposed?
9-0.
Sorry, as a procedural matter, I think it would be better in the future to have motions like that worded as presented in the agenda versus as discussed. Because then you've referenced back to what the thing is, but as discussed is, who knows? You have to listen to.
Understood. Thank you. Alrighty. Okay, so we are moving. I believe. Where are we going here? So bear with me. There it is. Are we on bylaw 010-2026? And that is the planning and development fines on page 293 of your agenda package. And again, I'll turn it over to Ms. McConnell, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of council. So this is the last report in the housekeeping of consolidating the schedule of fees. Currently, there is a separate planning and development fee and fine bylaw. So this report contemplates rescinding that bylaw as well as an amendment to have a standalone fine bylaw because the fees have already been now approved in the schedule of fees bylaw. And I think it's just important to recognize that this ties to the land use bylaw, and the land use bylaw has other enforcement mechanisms and tools. This is just assigning it the fine, and it's really just it's reflective of what's currently in place. We're just, again, cleaning up and doing a bit of housekeeping in terms of the bylaws that we have enacted.
Awesome. Thank you very much. All right. Is there any questions or concerns anybody has? So I think we're ready to go ahead with the first reading. Councillor Chamzik would like to give first reading that bylaws are give reading to bylaw 010-2026. If we're ready for that, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9-0. Second reading is up. Councillor DeHollick would like to give second reading to bylaw 010-2026. If all those are ready for the vote, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9-0. For unanimous consent. Sure. Deputy Reed Mins would like to move that bylaw 010-2026 be submitted for third reading with the unanimous consent of all those present. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9-0. Third reading. Councillor Chizen would like to go ahead with third reading for bylaw 010-2026. If we're all ready for the vote, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9-0. Thank you very much. That was a huge amount of work that you have provided, and it is amazing. So thank you very much for cleaning all of that up. That's awesome. All righty. So we are moving to item 9.1A, which is on page 320 of your agenda package. I'll get there. I had one item just to add, January 15th at 7 p.m. At the Science Outreach for Athabasca University. They're hosting an impact of solar storms on the Alberta power grid, which is a pretty cool little seminar or meeting to attend. I think that's pretty cool. But anyway, so I'd like to add that one. Anybody else? Councillor Chamzik.
February 23rd, Grassland Ag Society meeting.
Grassland Ag. Anybody else? Councillor Chizen.
Tonight, the Boyle Chamber.
Is that tonight, you said? Boyle Chamber? Okay. Anybody else? Do we have a motion to, oh, Councillor Hall? Sure.
Sorry, I thought there was time to send this in before the next council meeting, but there isn't. Would January 24th, there's a fundraiser jamboree for former Chairman Stan Delorme over at the Buffalo Lake Métis settlement, and I'll send a poster to the administration.
Okay.
Anybody else? Alrighty, may I have a motion to receive the event calendar as well, it's as discussed, as amended? There we go, as amended. Counselor Chisholm would like to receive the January, February event calendars as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? 9-0, thank you. And on to item 9.2, which is our meeting calendar for January, February, page 328 of your agenda package. Go ahead, Counselor Kaptanic.
I believe January 19th, the multiplex meeting is at 5 p.m. February 23rd, multiplex meeting at 9:30 a.m. And then on February 25th, multiplex workshop at 9:30 a.m.
Thank you. Workshop 9:30. Okay. I also have the NAAGO meeting January 22nd in Vegreville, 10 to 2. And I believe the Alberta Hub, I wrote down on my calendar, 10 to 3, and I'm going to try this Kit Scotty. Yay! Then of course we added our special meeting on the 10th and at 9 a.m. on the Zoom. There is, I understand, a Waste Commission meeting.
Yeah. Yes. But that was moved to
No, the Waste Commission meeting is on February 9th.
Okay, what time?
It's 9:30 a.m.
9:30?
Yeah, and the Water Commission meeting has been moved to February 3rd,
February 3rd,
9:30 a.m.
9:30.
Water Commission, Aspen Regional Water.
to the third number special.
Yep. Okay, is that okay for everybody? Go ahead, please, Counselor Hall. Sorry.
Greater North meeting is the 26th.
I'm sorry, we can turn off your mic too, please, if you again, so we
Oh.
can hear.
So Greater North is on January 26th for the regular board meeting. And then there's a planning session and work on February 24th.
That's Greater North?
Yep. I don't know.
January 9th, we have 9:30 tomorrow, the Rural Women's Conference meeting. Rural Women's Conference meeting tomorrow at 9:30.
Northern Lights on January 16th. And then also a Zoom on the 26th. And you got the Waste Commission. I'm good.
Deputy Minns.
The Ellis meeting on February 11th
February 11th.
in Barhead,
Time,
usually at 10.
10. Okay. Anybody else? Counselor Callaghan.
The Northern Lakes meeting has been moved to February 26th at 3 p.m. 3 p.m.
3 p.m. Awesome. Counselor Stasiak.
Yeah, we have the Blue Heron and FCSS on the 9th of February,
Okay. Is it 9:30 for FCSS and 1:30 for Blue Heron?
10,
Oh, 10 for
10
FCSS?
for FCSS and 1:30 for Blue Heron.
Okay. Thank you. We're busy people. Anybody else? Counselor Hall.
I'd move we receive the calendars as amended.
There we go. Is everybody ready to receive the calendars as amended? All those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9-0. Thank you. All righty, we have an addition here from administration. It was handed out to us just before lunch. This is 10.1, the IMC chair appointments. I think we did this last year. We missed it as well. According to the policy, we were supposed to have decided on the chair and the co-chair, or pardon me, the co-chair and the alternate, is it? Yes, the alternate co-chair, as per policy at the council table before we had our first IMC meeting, and we forgot to do that. So this is what this is all about. If I'm not mistaken, CAO, the recommendation here is to appoint Deputy Reeve Minns as co-chair and Reeve Tracy Holland as alternate co-chair of the Athabasca County and Town of Athabasca Intermunicipal Committee, which we had done at the meeting, and to appoint a counselor as co-chair and counselor as alternate co-chair of the Athabasca County and Village of Boyle Intermunicipal Committee, because they're going to do it right. Okay, would you like to be, okay, well, should we split these and just, yeah, we'll just split them. So we'll deal with the first one and then we'll do the appointing. So if we could have a motion, Counselor Chamzik would like to move that we appoint Deputy Reeve Rob Minns as co-chair and what? Yeah. And Reeve Tracy Holland as alternate co-chair of the Athabasca County and Town of Athabasca Intermunicipal Committee. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Are there any opposed? 8-0. And now we get to nominate counselors for the co-chair and the alternate co-chair of Athabasca County and the Village of Boyle Intermunicipal Committee. Who would like to be? No, go ahead.
Kelly will be chair and I'll be co-chair.
Okay, so you would like to be co-chair and co-chair alternate?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Does that work for everybody? All right, if we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Are there, oh, sorry, it would be Counselor Capita, I always get that. Counselor Chamzik will be co-chair. Counselor Chisholm, sorry.
Chamzik's gonna be chair,
Co-chair.
the chair.
It's a co-chair.
It's co-chair and.
Co-chair alternate, yeah.
Like that first.
Yeah.
And then the village offers a co-chair and yeah, alternate co-chair. Okay, so we're all good? I think we voted on it and it was 8-0.
Second. Yes.
We're moving. Thank you. I believe we finished all of our regular business here today and we have our closed session items remaining. So may I have a motion to go into closed, please? Counselor Stasiak would like to go into closed session. All those in favor? Are there any opposed? 9-0, we are in closed, and I think if we could
We are back. We have come out of closed session. We have two motions that resulted from the closed session. So the first motion is Councillor Callahu would like to move that the intermunicipal committee collaborate with the Village of Boyle to amend the intermunicipal collaboration framework to align with the current provisions of the Municipal Government Act, which had amendments to the ICF provisions in 2025. With no further discussion, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? 7-0. And the last item we had is Deputy Reeve Minns would like to move that council direct administration to obtain legal advice regarding councils and councillors' obligations, risks, and available options related to harassment, intimidation, or threatening conduct occurring in the course of municipal governance. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? 7-0. And I think we can adjourn this meeting at 2:38.